car, touch 4 miles final runway 27, line up and waiting, ready to go. Delta 492, number tower, catapult and impulsion, runway 27, 50.
It is just after 11 a.m. here in beautiful sunny San Diego, California. Welcome back, everyone, for another awesome day of San Diego, California. Plane spotted action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is July 14th, 2026. I am your Plane Jockey Kevin. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all having a great week so far. Tuesday here in the Southland. All right, we got all those awesome sights and sounds you can only get here in San Diego. Sit back, relax, enjoy. It's still July. Everyone's on vacation, right? Yeah, the parking lot's pretty full, so I don't have the best shot in the world here today, but it still works. No judge shooting. No judge shooting. Judy on me is what I'm trying to say. I don't know if it's plural. Couple of Delta 757s heading our direction. We'll be landing here on runway 27. Up next, the Southwest 737 700. Flight heading to Dallas Love Field, flight 1269. Next arrival is one of those Delta 757-200s, an old Northwest bird coming in from Detroit, flight 492. The second one I was talking about is the 757-300 coming in from Atlanta, flight 712, 9 minutes away. All right, I actually have a really good shot of there's not really much in our way of the shot of as it flies over Balboa Park. There was an article, it's interesting, there was an article I just popped up on my feed on Facebook this morning saying that the last Northwest Delta 757 has been retired. Well, that is clearly not the case. Can't believe everything you read online, right? To the left there.
Dr. Layton, left Bravo 8, right on Bravo, contact ground, top called in position.
Left Bravo 8, right on Bravo, ground on
US United 737 MAX 9 heading to Denver, flight 17 at 15.
United 1715, 128010, traffic 3 mile final, runway 27, for takeoff.
27, takeoff, 27.
Alaska 673, runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 27, left 693.
And the next arrival is Alaska flight 673 coming from Spokane, Washington at 737 at 900 ER.
Alaska 256.
Alaska 256, number tower, runway 27, continue. Last call, you're on Limber Tower Chase. Check your left side.
All right, let's turn the camera back out for our next arrival. Now short funnel for 27. Flight coming in from Spokane, Washington.
United 1715, contact with departure.
Okay.
Kind of weird. We're picking up the Morse code off of a tower here today. I'm not quite sure. We never heard that before.
Alaska 2
Here in San Diego.
Runway 27, clear to land.
Something we usually hear at LA, certainly Imperial Hill.
Alaska 673, that's a turn up 08, contact us.
Runway 673.
Legend Jam with an amazing $550 super chat through Tip Alerts. Jay says, happy Tuesday, Kevin. Thank you for the San Diego show. Well, my pleasure. Thank you so much for your awesome support as always there, Jane. Thank you. Good to be back here in San Diego. I was a little worried. You know, it's never a guarantee that we're actually going to get a good parking space here at the parking garage. It was a little tight here today. I will say the other spots right in front of me, right behind you on Jockey Cam is where we usually are. That is all filled up. In fact, most of the spaces here are pretty much filled up. So everyone out enjoying their summer travel. Enjoy the show. Thank you so much, Jay. Of course, we still have a beautiful shot of the bay. Always, let us know where you guys are watching from. Just type in hello from there in the chat. Just need your state or your country. Hello, you guys there in Deutschland, in Germany, checking in. Connection, SkyWest, E-Jet up next for takeoff.
Bravo, ground.
This flight heading to LAX. Hey, look at that. Flight 37 to 16. 8-year-old Ija. Next arrival is Southwest, flight 1790, coming up from Sacramento is 737-700, followed by that Delta 757-300, coming up from Atlanta, flight 712.
Delta 712, number Tyler, runway 27, man.
All right, off to LAX. It's a hot week here in the Southland. Of course, you guys are hot everywhere. Everywhere's hot. Even Southern California, we're hot now. All right, off to beautiful LAX. Well, it's very popular there at the new Terminal 1. Lots of Southwest tails, including California 1, which we should see take off within the hour.
SkyWest 3716, contact SoCal departure.
Departure Sky 3716, see you later.
Delta 757-300.
Runway 27, continue. Southwest 1790, turn left Bravo 8, left onto Bravo, contact ground traffic, hold for you.
Bravo 8.
In fact, these are the next 5 arrivals. Only one runway here in San Diego, of course, that is runway 27 in use here today. So that's your lineup for your next 5 arrivals. Rid says currently 91 degrees Fahrenheit in Cleveland. Oof. Yeah, and it's humid, I'm sure, there too. Ooh, boy, it's a little humid here in Southern California. We got a lot of moisture coming in from Mexico, certainly affecting you guys there in Phoenix, Arizona. 2 days in a row now, monsoon weather. A pretty bad storm there in central Phoenix yesterday. Ground stop there at Phoenix Sky Harbor. I was looking at flight radar during the storm, and during the ground stop, there was an unfortunate A321, the U.S. Airways Retro A321 heading to Vegas, was lined up, ready to go on 7 left there at Phoenix Sky Harbor. It was sitting there for over 2 hours. In fact, I don't even know. It could have been there a lot longer, but the last time I checked, 2 hours sitting there in the storm. It was the only plane out near the runway. It felt really bad. So anyway, back to the Phoenix. So they're expecting monsoon dust storms, haboops, whatever you want to call it, all week long. In fact, I think tomorrow and Thursday are probably the worst days for the storms. And in terms of heat, I think Thursday is the hottest day here in Southern California. We will survive. Gregory JB with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Gregory. Appreciate that. And a friend 757 Chip with an awesome $10 super chat. Thank you, Chip. Says, well, for a change, it's actually cooler here in Central Texas with some much needed rain than it is in SoCal. No way. Really? Even at this moment? Well, look at that. Great time to go to Founders Plaza, I guess, right? Thank you, Chip. SD Racer with the $2 super chat says, welcome back to San Diego. Stay cool. I am going to. In fact, this spot that I'm at right now, I've got the car overhang up above me, which is blocking the sun. There's a nice cool breeze that's coming off the ocean. It is a little humid here today, and of course the high in, I think, 81 is what we're supposed to hit. So I've got cover, at least from the sun. That's always a good thing here at the parking garage. But good to be back here in beautiful San Diego. Always looking beautiful and classy, as always. Next arrival is Breeze, flight 1914, coming in from Raleigh, Durham, an Airbus A220-300. Speaking of Phoenix, we do have Alaska SkyWest, flight 3023, heading to Phoenix, and then E-Jet, followed by Delta, flight 2508, heading to Seattle, a 737-800. Let's go to the next arrival, now short funnel for 27, Moxie. I will say this though, I do not have I do not have a shot of the trains, not even a shot of the intersection. So not the best location here today, but it will still gives us the views, of the airport and the bay. But when it comes to planes and all that other stuff below us, unfortunately, won't be able to see it here today. That is the flight to Phoenix. There on 27. Our next arrival coming in from San Jose, California. Southwest flight 3698 is 737-700. Off to the Valley of the Sun. Better get there now before the afternoon monsoons kick up. A lot of those flights heading into Phoenix yesterday they were diverting to Tucson, Palm Springs, and I believe I saw a few diverting to Vegas, but yeah, nothing was landing in Phoenix there last evening.
Contact with Apache.
SoCal 30.
That Delta flight heading to Seattle up next for takeoff.
698 behind traffic to left Bravo 7 left onto Kevin.
Left Bravo 7 behind traffic, Bravo 7.
Delta 4508, wind 300 at 90, traffic 23 mile final, runway 27, cleared for with 3069.
Nancy saying I have to return next week for the trains. I don't know, some of these cars look like they've been here for at least a week, 2 weeks. A lot of these cars that park here, they're gone for weeks. And of course, it is still summer travel season, so I don't know. In fact, I looked up airfare this morning for a flight to the Midwest. Delta, get this. This is economy. Economy. I'm talking economy. All right, I'm going to tell you exactly where I was looking, just so you guys can know what I'm talking about. I was looking at the last week of July, flying Delta from LAX to DTW, Detroit. Can you just take a wild guess what the economy, and I'm talking about economy, the basic fare was for that flight? I could not believe it.
Expected 882, number tower top hold and system number 6 Southwest 4163, number tower traffic 6 mile final, runway 27 left.
All right, I asked you a question. Yes, you guys are close. $1,100. $1,100 for a basic economy seat. $1,100 for, well, actually, it's a round trip ticket, but still, $1,100. That ticket should be at least around $400, $500. $1,100. And you know, we don't travel light, and of course they raise bag fees. So that round trip ticket with all their bag fees would at least be around $1,600. And I said, you have got to be kidding me. I have never seen a price for an economy ticket be that much to go to Detroit. I don't know what Delta is thinking. I mean, I guess people are still flying. I haven't been on a plane in a while, but I don't know if I'd feel right spending $1,100 to go to Detroit.
Tower morning, JetBlue 189.
JetBlue 189, number tower top hold and position, runway 27, continue.
JetBlue 189.
November 77 Whiskey Kilo, number tower.
It was the last week in July. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
November 77 Whiskey Kilo,
So
number tower.
I don't know. We'll look at a different week. I was trying to get something in before the end of the month, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to now. Houston, Texas, y'all. With the $5 super chat. Thank you, Houston, Texas. Y'all, it says it's rained the last couple of days here. Currently 75. Oh, that is perfect. Which is unheard of this time of the year. I'll take the rain. So you guys have the cool, we got the hot. Can't we all just get along?
November 77 and it's at about a mile from your...
Can we all just be at 70 all the time? Wouldn't that just be a perfect world? 70 all year long, everywhere. basically what my bigger plan was with this whole trip, which at this point, I don't think it's going to happen by the end of July. That's not to say that I can't push it into August, but the overall, and I've got a little delay in my ear here today. That's why I'm probably talking weird. The plan was to fly into Detroit and do a show possibly in Detroit. We still have asked Detroit if we are allowed to set up in the parking garage. They haven't given us an answer yet. The plan was to then go to Grand Rapids and then head to Chicago, but I've reached out to the live streamers there in Chicago, and they say no can do. You cannot live stream at the gravel pit. They will come and harass you and all that jazz. So Chicago is taken out. Chicago is not going to happen, unfortunately. We've tried. We really have tried. I don't know what in the world is going on there in Chicago, but it is not a happy place for plane spotters, at least live streamers at this point. So Chicago, once again, taken off the books. Good job there, Chicago. So everything's still up in the air. I have not booked anything. I will say this, that is extremely high fares to Chicago. I'm sorry, to Detroit. Yeah, I'm gonna try to look. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to get rid of this delay. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. I think I'm stuck with it. JetBlue A321 up next. Uh-oh. Did I open Pandora's box? Now everyone's... Oh, go here. No, go there, Kevin. No. You need to go here. No. Your wins. 4085 with the Super Test is high from the Netherlands. Greats. Pilot of KLM. Hello there. I've had you guys actually wave to me here in San Diego before. Good to have you. WOHB 1390 Rick there in Ohio with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Rick. 90 degrees in Western Ohio with our wonderful humidity. You guys in California don't know how good you have it. I think we do, Rick. I think we do. I think we know well. Yes, that's why we pay the high prices to live here in Southern California. We know all too well how good we have it weather-wise. I think pretty much if you had to take a survey of 20 random people on the street, I think out of those 20 random people, I would have to believe at least 15 out of those 20 people would say, I'm here because of the weather. No doubt. Next arrival is Air Canada Flight 1077 coming from Toronto. It's an Airbus A220-300, followed by NetJets. It's United flight heading to SFO, flight 2309 is 737 MAX 8. Be followed by Alaska flight 2254 heading to Kahului, is 737 MAX 9. Up next, NetJets. Boy, oh boy. How do I kill this echo? It's actually not an echo, it's a delay. All right, maybe I'll get used to it. $4P Michael with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says $900 is my gas. I fly to DFW out of Tampa on American Airlines and see my clients. It's been $500 to $800 for round trip. This last year, I was $200 to $300. It was $200 to $350. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, I've been flying LAX to Detroit for many years on Delta because it's one of the few. Actually, now it's the only nonstop. Now that Spirit's gone, but for economy, I never paid more than $450, $500 for a round trip ticket to Detroit. And I'll be honest with you, I was looking at United flying from, what was it? Flying an A321neo from O'Hare to LAX. They wanted $800 for first class. Their fares were actually better than Delta, so I don't know. We want the direct flights. That's why we're choosing Delta. I wonder if you could rent a NetJets for the same price. You know, and here's the weird thing, is that first class on that Delta flight is only $200 more than the main economy seat, which I thought was really weird. It's a flight to Kahului. Justin with the $2 super chat says $1,100 for no seat choice sounds far too expensive. And think about the baggage fees on top of that. Yeah. This has just not been, at least for us so far, has just not been a great year for travel. Let's see how it looks toward the end of summer into fall. We still got to get out to New York. Of course, I got a bunch of miles with JetBlue I'm using for that. I'm all set for that one. I'm all prepared for the New York trip. I've been using that credit card, paying it off, getting those miles with JetBlue. Nancy with the $5 super chat. Thank you. Nancy says, Kevin, United LAX to Cleveland is cheaper and it's only a 3-hour drive to Detroit. Yeah, but we don't have 3 hours to drive. That's the problem, Nancy. It's a very short trip. We fly in Monday and leave Friday, and we got to cover multiple airports over a course of a few days. So 3-hour drive. I don't know if it's worth it for the cheaper fare, if that makes any sense. Time is money, as they say in business. This Alaska flight heading to Portland, flight 576, 737 MAX 8. That arrival was United, flight 2177, coming from SFO at a 737 MAX 9. Next arrival, American, flight 2482, coming from Chicago O'Hare, an A321. Followed by United, flight 2491, coming from Houston, running almost an hour late here today on the 737-900.
Oscar 576, runway 27 to takeoff. Just takeoff, runway 27, Oscar 576. Runway 2482, runway 27 to land.
Brian becoming a silver member once again. Thank you, Brian. That's Brian from Phoenix, right? You guys survived the storms. You know, I was thinking about driving out to Phoenix this week, doing live streams. Yeah, it'd be hot. Actually, it was going to cool down a little bit. In fact, at one time last week, I think they were saying it was going to be. Oh, look at that cloud! Holy moly! See, those are the monsoon storms that I'm talking about. That monsoonal weather. That is east, looking east. Holy moly! That's a pretty good developing thundercloud out there. I was going to go to Phoenix this week and do live streams in Phoenix Sky Harbor with the storms. But I was afraid I was going to get stuck in floods out on the 10 freeway, which is kind of a dangerous thing. It can get nasty out there in the desert.
One for charge, 6 miles, and 27 line of point.
In fact, we got our weather report. Let's see what the current temperatures are here in San Diego. Currently 74, scattered clouds. I believe the high today is 80, 81. So we're going to be cooking a little bit. A little light wind coming up from the southwest.
Tower 3038, runway 27 to takeoff. 2491, runway 27 to the
Lined up, ready to go to Eugene, Washington at EJET, Alaska Skywest. Followed by Southwest flight 2146, heading to Sacramento, a 737-700. Our first arrival, a heavy arrival, is Japan Airlines flight 66, running about 30 minutes behind. Still 22 minutes away for that 787-9 Dreamliner. believe all this weather is actually coming from the south. It's coming from Mexico. But the clouds you see there in the distance, that's out to the east. It's more over the deserts. Seems like everyone's coming in high here today.
Good, just 4 level under crash, 6 miles, right to the line of point. The plane 427, 6 491, turn left runway, contact ground, good day. Runway over to ground, 2491.
No, those clouds aren't going to make it over here. No, they're gonna stay in the desert. So they'll stay east and probably go north. All right, we got another corporate jet number 2 for takeoff. These 2 flights, that one you see right there, are heading to Sacramento, flight 2146, the 737-700, followed by yet another 700, heading to San Jose, California, flight 1191. Next stop, Alaska Horizon, flight 2101, coming from Sacramento. It's an E-Jet.
Number 29996. Under contact, 5 mile final, 7 line up away.
Alright, the Southwest 737 is 700 heading to Sacramento. Holding it short. We got the Challenger up next. Actually, it's not a Challenger.
Alright, 2101, turn left, Bravo 7, contact ground, have a great day.
Bravo 7 ground, heading to 2101.
Keep your output, Charlie Oscar Golf, runway 27, take the takeoff. Takeoff, Fox 7, 1626, runway 27 to the land.
It is a Challenger, 3500. I'm going to pull away from that. We do have an air show going on over here. If we can get on the other side of this post here.
Alpha. Victor Alpha, Charlie after golf, contact Delta Point to get in. Over to Charlie 6, Delta Golf. Flight 2146, number 10, 5 mile fire, 271 Plane. 7 Plane, Southwest 2146.
Who said Voltron? It did kind of look like Brian said Voltron. Kind of did look like Voltron. Dun, 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 dun.
Bravo 8, if you want 9, I need you to expedite off.
Our friend Terry with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Terry. Says hi, Kevin. In cool San Diego from 95 degrees West Michigan. Thanks for the show. Hopefully got the AC pumped here today. Thanks for checking in there, Terry. Ron and Linda back with a $20 super chat. Thanks, you guys. Says we have donated money to reserve a space shuttle tile at the California Science Center, which has the shuttle Endeavour stacked up coming on November 13th, 2026. If you put in my name, the title will be identified with your name included. Well, look at that. Says great show. It certainly is the talk of the town here in Los Angeles, the Space Shuttle Endeavour. Opening in November. Boy, the Lions are going to be down the block for that one. Hope to see it one day. Thank you, Ron and Linda. That is awesome. Finally cleared the lineup there on 27.
Okay, 69, turn left, Bravo 8, contact now, good 8. That's 1191, right, 270 for takeoff. Let's turn up 277, 1191. Up 1296, right, 270 for land.
Again, that is flight 1191. I'm sorry, this one heading to San Jose, California.
That's 1296, right, 270 for the land.
Tower up 1296 with you, RNAV, Yankee 37.
That's 1296, right, 27 for the land.
Clear land runway 27, Delta 1296.
Tower 3426, right, 27, continue transfer holding in position. Southwest 1191, contact Delta departure, good day.
Short approach, good day, 1191.
That is Southwest flight 4873 heading to Boise, Idaho is 737 MAX 8. Followed by Alaska flight 475 heading to Seattle at a 737 MAX 9. Got that California 1 flight 999. I like that flight number heading to Baltimore, Maryland, the 737-800. California 1 lighting up on the radar. Should be heading over here for takeoff on 27. Guys watching there in Alabama.
Doing some pump on that, turn on to the 299.7. Code in 6 Nova Bravo 7, if you like, not away off the Bravo 8, contact Gravity.
Bravo 8, no delay, no trouble.
Fire to be said, number carrying 758, just fully unrestricted. Pretty 23, road 27, took a takeoff.
Heading to Boise, Idaho, flight 4873, a 6-year-old 737 to MAX 8. Next arrival is Alaska SkyWest, flight 3426, coming from San Jose. Japan Airlines just 8 minutes out for that Dreamliner coming up from Tokyo Narita. Unfortunately, KLM, the flight from Amsterdam here today, canceled. KLM canceled here today. And when I heard that news, I texted Allison. I said, do we still go? We still go? Do we still go? I said, we got the 100-year Lufthansa Queen coming into LAX, and KLM is canceled in San Diego. Do we still go? She's like, I don't know. I said, I'll still go. I promised San Diego. Nice to get out of LAX once in a great while. Victor Franco with an awesome $10 super chat. Thank you, Victor. Says, welcome back. Have you on the big screen at home in Del Mar, like Springsteen like Springsteen said. Oh my gosh, I got an echo in my ear. If I don't say the word fast enough, and then it goes straight to my head. Like Springsteen says, I know a pretty little place in Southern California down San Diego way. There you go. Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen. Say it, Kevin. One more time. For the life of me, I don't know how some days my audio in my ear is perfectly fine. Days like today, there's at least a 2-second delay. It's up there. Remember when Allison had my headset in Dulles last year and she mistakenly called United Express Express Yourself? It's kind of like that. Anybody want my headset?
Bravo 7, contact ground, have a good day.
Bravo 7, ground,
That is Alaska Flight 475 heading to Seattle, a 737 at MAX 9. Our next arrival, Southwest Flight 2856, coming from Oakland, a 737 at 700. You followed by American Flight 3102, coming up from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, and an A321. Gosh, Donica. I wish we could. I don't even know if I'm up for that. I'll be honest with you. LAX, those cameras are enough. Flight 475 in the 737 and MAX 9. Allison Neo, whatever great mods with the fine W super chat. Thank you, Allison. Says United Expressed, United Expressed, United Expressed. I may say that here today. Give me some time. Thank you, Allison.
Across the road.
3640, Lumber Tank, communication, hold in position.
Alright, just so you know, I always have my eyes out there on the bay, a beautiful bay. If I see anything, I will certainly pan over that way. So far, we've had an air show.
Hey, bro. I know the
Alaska SkyWest, Flight 3205 heading to SFO and the EJET up next for takeoff. Followed by Delta Flight 2121 heading to Minneapolis. It's an A321. Up next, American Airlines Flight 2477 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona on a 737-800. That Dreamliner number 3 for arrival. It is officially afternoon. We'll do the official top of the hour here next.
Runway 27 minus the wind, Skywest 3205.
continue, got the full down position.
Okay, goodbye, Africa 6, runway 27, copy approach.
All right, that officially takes us to the top of the hour.
Runway ground the day, 1477.
It is officially afternoon here in beautiful Southern California. You are watching continuous live coverage of San Diego plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. And I'm your plane jockey Kevin, reporting live to you around the world from the parking garage overlooking San Diego International Airport at Lindbergh Field. All right. We're just getting started here. We got a Dreamliner up next, so don't go anywhere. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you are new. Actually, I take that back. The Dreamliner number two. In fact, we can zoom all the way out to that Dreamliner. Just above that white puffy cloud there.
Lindbergh Center, left turn calling heavy Boeing 7875 miles, right 27 for the land. That's 205, contact South 10 Park, ticket A.
Over to Park, you have a great day, Skywest 32.
Wobbly. Swing the camera back out. The Dreamliner up next. Where is it? Well, there it is. I'm getting distracted by those big white puffy clouds.
4648, left Bravo 7, contact ground today.
Bravo 7, contact ground,
Flight 66 coming from Tokyo to Rita. 9-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner up next.
Got 313 Lindbergh taxi, 715, hold in position. Bravo 9er, contact ground.
Goodbye, Africa 6, take up Bravo 9, that comes down.
Alright, well, exit over there on Bravo. This is coming in Southwest Coming in from Austin, the 737 MAX 8, Freedom 1. Is that Freedom 1 or Liberty 1? Wait, the MAX 8's Liberty 1, right? That is California 1. Well, I'm confused because nothing on jet tip about well, this is interesting. 392 is the flight number. Not even Flight Radar has it listed as Freedom 1 or Liberty 1.
122.1, Limford Tower, got the 4.5 mile final on 7 wing. 427.
Alright, well then this would be Liberty 1, though it's not on jet tips and it doesn't list it as Liberty 1 on Flight Radar, but it has the photo. So I'm confused. Is it a mix-up? California 1. Currently number 3 for takeoff.
Right, 2210, Middle Alpha, Bravo 8, contact ground, have a good day.
The livery is wrong. Yeah, I'm a little confused at what's going on.
Delta 2121, wind 3013, keep it rolling, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Takeoff only. Delta 313, runway 27 to land. Delta 040, Limford Tower.
Quick double down here, both sides, both sides, Delta 040.
Delta 040, landing outside your own risk. Returning to the inside first, two is requested, number of 2996, field wind 3014, before landing assured.
Stop about a little bit, Delta 040. Tower today, Southwest 392 is set with some final on 27.
Number 392, Limford Tower, 27, continue transport land position.
Alright, well, California 1, number 2 for takeoff, heading to Baltimore, Maryland. I guess we'll find out what this airplane is. Apparently number 2 for arrival. I don't know. Did they get the photo? I think they got the photo wrong. I don't think that is Liberty 1. This is an 8-year-old 737 MAX 8. There's no way. Allison says the Liberty 1 registration is 8719. This is 8718. So it's a goof up with Flight Radar, apparently. Well, you got my hopes up, Flight Radar.
2121.
You owe me my free year subscription from last Cranky Dark Fest. Now you screwed it up. I do have a Coast Guard helicopter coming in to base. Of course, these two, I don't know what they are, lampposts? I don't know, they're in my way here. That would be returning to the Coast Guard base.
Delta 392, runway 27, clear land.
Yes, ma'am. Runway 27, Southwest 392.
Southwest 1181, Limford Tower, traffic holding in position, runway 27, continue.
Southwest 11. Good, we'll go.
Go 6040, thank you for your change approved.
Again, this flight 999, Cal 41 delivery heading to Baltimore, Maryland. 11-year-old 737-800 up next for takeoff. Yeah, well, they got our hopes up, didn't they?
Bravo, 8 middle on contact traffic.
Oh, wait, no, just left, call 39.
That's 999, Roman 27 for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, heading to Baltimore.
Probably Southwest
6513, Roman 27, on the bridge.
Runway 27, Southwest 35.
South 6513 traffic up on diverted course, runway 27, expedite clear for takeoff. South 1181, runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land 27, Southwest 11.
Next Bravo is a flight coming in from Phoenix, Southwest, flight 1181, 737 700.
Bravo 6513, next class, contact SoCal departure.
Yes, Southwest 35.
Corporate jet action going on here today as well.
South 1181, traffic holding, turn left, Bravo 7, contact ground.
That's a Cessna Citation Longitude waiting for its turn there on 27. Another longitude.
Okay.
Heading out to the 27s as well.
Sort of acknowledgement.
Oh, sorry. Give way to the Alaska Arctic and Compass.
79, thank you. 2221, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
27 clear for takeoff, horizon 2221.
Southwest 3505, number tower 27, mile wave. 127, Southwest 3505.
Wow, look at that. We got no, that's the first time I've ever clicked on that. No arrivals in the immediate future.
47, number tower. Go ahead. Gas 47, you fully powered up.
Yeah, we're ready.
Gas 47, turn left for Bravo 1 and behind United, we'll short runway 27.
Full short behind United of 27, Scott 3347.
Contact with departure.
Okay, horizon 2221.
This flight heading to Indianapolis, Indiana, 737 MAX 8, flight 3505. United flight heading to San Francisco, SFL, flight 2428, 737 MAX 9, number 2 for takeoff.
3505, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Let's take off, runway 27,
Next 2420, runway 27, mile wave.
runway 27, 2420.
The Iki 78 gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Appreciate that. Thank you. $97 degrees there in Michigan today. Holy moly.
Next 2420, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
That's 27, yeah, 2420, negative.
South 3505, contact Coconut departure.
South 3505.
Dallas 3347, number tower, runway 27, off wave.
Line of wait, runway 27, Scott 3347.
Contact Coconut departure.
Contact departure, Scout 3347.
103 in Sacramento, Janice says. Holy moly.
Contact 6040, Lunar Tower.
Stop departure, 6040.
Express 6040, cleared up the same day, where cleared as requested. Lunar altimeter 2996, departure for own risk, contact 9 Tower. District 882, Roman 27, change takeoff.
27 for takeoff, extension 882.
Southwest 1790, Roman 27 at Bravo 1, line of voice.
27 Bravo 1, line of only, Southwest 1790.
Air 441, Mike, number tower, traffic floating position, runway 27, continue.
Heading out to sea.
Section 82, contact for departure.
Departure 8,
South 1790, runway 27, clear to takeoff.
27 quick takeoff, Southwest 1790.
Dallas 833 kilo, runway
Southwest like 1790 heading to Columbus, Ohio is 737 at 700. Boy, oh boy, what happened to all of our arrivals? Arizona Rail says 99 degrees here in Phoenix, although it feels like 105. Not too bad. At least you're under 100.
Dallas 833 kilo, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Just takeoff, 27, 832
And our legend Jane gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support. I see all those gifted memberships being gifted out there in the chat. Emails being sent out. Making a lot of people happy. Thank you, Jane.
Southwest 1790, contact for departure.
Southwest 1790, have a good day.
You know, this morning I was watching the 24-hour cams at LAX on the south side, and I noticed there was hardly any corporate jets parked at Atlantic Aviation, and it looks pretty bare over here too. Where is everyone? They're not in California, that's for sure. Where'd everyone disappear to?
That's at 830, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Pacific, good.
It goes in reverse ops usually during the winter time. Same time period as like LAX during those winter storms. Guess no one's going to SeaWorld, huh? See, everyone comes to Southern California during the winter when it's cold somewhere else. So now it's too hot here. It's too hot in Southern California, so everyone leaves town. They said, we're gonna go find someplace that's cooler. I don't know. Good luck with that.
Limerick Tower, runway 27, line of wait.
Back away, runway 27, 4440.
All right, number 2 for takeoff is Delta 757.
Charlie doing Southwest 75.
Flight heading back to Detroit, flight 492. It's a 24-year-old 757 to 200, an old Northwest bird.
4448, traffic back taxiing, second circle.
4448.
765 on the tower, traffic holding position, runway 27, continue. So my contact ground off.
Ground off,
Southwest 448, runway 27, triple takeoff.
Like Brandon, MM2, becoming a silver member once again.
492 on the tower, traffic 5
Actually, a new member to the channel. Thank you.
427 Delta 492.
Alright, heading back to Detroit, Michigan.
Those 4448 contact with that apartment.
Southwest flight coming up from San Jose, California, flight 765, a 737-700. This E-Jet heading to Oakland, flight 3218, Alaska SkyWest. Next arrival is United flight 1940, coming in from Denver, an A321neo. In fact, let's launch our arrival alert board, see if anything shows up. There we go. That's a list of your next 5 arrivals here on runway 27.
Runway 27, line of wait.
Line of wait, 27 on the 40.
Discharge 6040 Limerick Tower.
Next takeoff, Alaska flight 1477, heading to Seattle, a 737-900 ER.
Cleared into San Diego Aerospace, landing at your on-route for landing cleared, limit altimeter 299.
Bravo. I will put this together again.
Scout 3218, contact SoCal departure.
Air Canada, Airbus A220-300 over there on taxiway Bravo, heading down to 27. Got another Coast Guard helicopter coming back in.
That is correct. Last 1477, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff.
And 78, one retired, Memphis 40, advise ready. And 1078, now climb via the SID, except maintain flight level 210, runway 27, line of await, traffic 7 mile final. And 1078, again, to read back like I'm saying, it's climb via the SID, except maintain flight level 210.
Very climb via the SID, and 210 for Canada.
Okay, 1078, the verbiage is climb via the SID, except maintain flight level 210.
Climb via the SID, except maintain flight level 210, Canada.
Yeah, 1078, thank you. Traffic 5 mile final, traffic up the divergent course, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Canada.
And 1940, runway 27, clear to land. Go 6040, frequency change approved. That's 1838, Liver Tower, traffic flow in position, runway 27, continue.
I got to tell you, we were about one space would have made a difference here today. The tripod barely gets over this wall. The legs are all the way as high as I can go, so I can't see the trains. I can't even see the street in front of us. Of course, we got this blocked in front of us. That wall continues to get larger and taller as you go down. Obviously down there, we've been down there before where that wall gets a little bit shorter, but there are cars down there. If this spot where I'm at right now, if we would have had to park in this spot, we would have had no show here today. That is about as close as we've ever gotten to not having a show here in San Diego here today.
Apologies after all of that. We're pushing you back to normal, so it's now climb via the SID all the way up.
Climb via the SID all the way up to Canada.
Okay, 1070, thank you. Read back correct. Contact SoCal departure.
Order departure.
Got that flight coming in from Denver, the A321 Neo United up next.
American 1467, Liver Tower, there's been a couple of changes. I want to verify you have climb via the SID.
Yes, we have Columbia to American 1467.
1467, thank you. Hold short runway 27.
Hold short runway 27, American 1467. On line of away from White 27, American 1467.
1830 in the return, traffic flow in position, runway 27, continue. Contact ground.
Is this the only plane spotting location here in San Diego? Kind of, yeah. I mean, I could have I can always set up at the end of the opposite of the 27 over there at that park, but I don't think it's a very good shot. You definitely can't see the runway. You'd only see the plane taking off at the last second. The shot would last maybe 15 seconds each. You all would be complaining and say, we can't see the runway.
466 number tower, traffic point position, runway 27, continue. South 1838, and my apologies, to verify runway 27, clear to land.
This is runway 27, clear to land, runway 38.
Contact book and departure.
Oh, American 1467.
Right, 2255 on the tower, 75 mile final, only 27 mile away.
27 miles away, clear 2255.
Left Charlie 6, contact ground. Correct, Bravo 6, Bravo 6.
Yes, Bravo 6, ground, 638.
Alaska Horizon EJet, flight 2255, heading to Vegas. Rental car facility. No.
Horizon 2255, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
That's way far to north. You get a side of view. I don't even think you can get your car up there. Next arrival is American Flight 466, coming from Charlotte at A321. Followed by Southwest Flight 1823, coming up from Dallas Love Field at 737 at MAX 8. Let's take a look at some boat action while we wait for the next plane.
That was 1823, the McCarran 27, clear land.
Clear to land.
Horizon 2255, contact book on departure.
Departure today, Horizon 2255.
Up to 2533, Lumber Tower, traffic holding position, runway 27, continue. Left, Bravo 9er, contact ground.
Bravo 9er ground, American 466.
Oklahoma in the house. Jeremy with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Jeremy. So say, Kevin, do you think it's slowed down inside the terminal or meaning less flights? You know, I haven't traveled and I was talking about that earlier, that I want to get back on a plane, but the airfares are just outrageous right now. But it seems like people are flying. Though I will say this, it does, I mean, we're in the peak of summer travel season here, and these airports are not busy domestically. I don't think the media is really reporting on that, but I can totally tell the differences. This year, travel, in terms of the amount of planes at these airports, is dramatically less than it was in previous years. I mean, if you do this long enough, you know, we just celebrated 5 years as a channel. I mean, the economy goes up and down, things change, life is never the same year after year, and so, you know, there's going to be years that we're going to see busier travel summer season. We're going to see less busy travel season. Maybe this is one of those. We don't know yet. But it's going to happen. We're going to see it. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. Some years will be the same year after year. But that's just the way the economy works, how life works. And of course, the first thing that always gets affected with a downturn in economy, if we have that going, is usually air travel, and the airlines feel the pinch. Certainly they're feeling the pinch with the gas prices. So we're always going to see it first here in the aviation commercial world. We're going to notice that before anything else. The airlines struggle. Oh, hi. I didn't know that was down there. I can't see it. Yeah, just like Donna, because it's a roller coaster ride. You're going to go up, you're going to go down, but we're certainly going to see it on these live streams. I mean, well, this is our fifth summer, and I mean, look at LAX last Sunday. It was like a roller coaster throughout the course of the day. Should be pretty much busy through the course of the whole morning, afternoon. Usually between 2 and 3 is the slowest time at LAX, but it got pretty slow there on Sunday, and then it got really busy, and then it got really slow.
Contact SoCal partner.
SoCal, United.
Stand by here. My power is going to get...
5 miles per hour, 27 left wave.
Left wave, American Plane.
American flight headed in Miami, flight 2979, a 737 MAX 8 just delivered in November of last year. Our next arrival, Alaska, flight 467, coming in from Seattle, 737 at MAX 9.
Plane 533 from left, Broadway, contact now.
No, I don't like roller coasters. No, I do not like roller coasters.
Delta 2533, Limbridge Tower.
2533, go ahead.
2533, on to Bravo, contact ground, please hold position.
Under Bravo, contact ground, we'll hold position, Delta 2533.
2979, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 27 American.
I think that was for that Delta 737.
Runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land 27, Alaska 467.
Yeah, Skywas 3047, visual, right dog leg 27.
Skywas 3047, number tower, runway 27, clear to land.
Clear to land 27, Skywas 3047.
Pushing 10 there.
Correct, 2979, nice stop, contact book at departure.
Departure American 29 to the negative.
Skywas 3047, verify runway 27, clear to land. Skywas 3047, verify runway 27, clear to land.
That was the flight coming in from Seattle, flight 467, the 737 MAX 9. United flight 2237 heading to Houston, Texas, the 737-900, followed by JetBlue flight 190 heading to JFK, an A321. Check in with the weather. It's a little humid here at the airport right now. 75 degrees Fahrenheit as we warm up. I believe the high today is in the 80s. Few clouds, the wind picking up slightly. All right, let's go to our next arrival, another E-Jet.
Journey number is powered expectations, stop holding in position 127, continue with 2710. Just 3047, come up Bravo 8 on the Bravo contact ground.
Up Bravo 8 and ground, 347.
Again, that's flight heading to Houston, a 737-900, flight 2237. It will be followed by that JetBlue flight heading to JFK, A321, flight 190. We're at like 888. If you guys haven't yet, make sure you hit that like button. Feed the beast is what we call it. Make sure to hit that like button. Subscribe if you're new. Become a member if you'd like to help support the channel as we continue on here in classy San Diego.
237, contact SoCal departure. Have a good flight.
Departure action 230.
I'll take a mint,
runway 27, clear for
a mint
takeoff.
seat right now. How about that? Mint.
It's 4290,
Yes,
runway
please.
27, clear to land, wind 290, 010.
27 to land, Southwest 429.
Number good estimation, Quebec is current wind 310.
What do we got? Galaxy Quest on the ATC tower.
10, 1,200 standard, 15,000 standard, temperature 24, 2.18, altimeter 29907. In the remarks, Kilo Nimbus in the distant east, landing and departing runway 278 Quebec.
Heading to JFK. We do a Moxie. Breeze heading down there on taxiway Bravo.
Fluid on the contact SoCal departure. Have a good flight.
Galaxy Quest. What a movie that was. Did you ever hear? Speaking of Galaxy Quest, that movie, did you ever hear? I think it was put out by Disney. The backstory on Galaxy Quest. It was a really good movie. It was a really entertaining movie. But apparently, I think it was Disney that released that film, and apparently from the rumors were that they targeted the wrong demographic for the movie, and so it wasn't a big box office success as much as they wanted. Apparently, I'm sure it's on Google. If you Google it, Galaxy Quest, the release of Galaxy Quest, the movie back in the day. It's kind of interesting. It was a really good movie, but it didn't do too well at the movies. Apparently because the marketing of the movie was not geared toward the right audience. Go figure. But it sounds like Galaxy Quest going on ATC radio. Next arrival is Southwest Flight 4290 coming in from Sacramento. A 737 at 700, actually right above us. Breeze, Moxie heading down at taxiway Bravo. Flight heading to Raleigh, Durham, flight 755. It's an Airbus A220-300. Followed by Southwest Flight 2689 heading to Kansas City, a 737 MAX 8. Followed by Alaska SkyWest Flight 3346 heading to Monterey in an E-Jet. Joni with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Joni. Says you don't like roller coasters, zip lines, spiders, or snacks. Snacks? I eat snacks. Thankful you like airplanes. Awesome show. Thanks. I like snacks. What are you talking about? Kind of threw that one in there, didn't you? Next arrival is a flight coming from Denver, Alaska, flight 1318, a 737-800. Boy, those clouds are building up out there over the deserts.
mile final, 737, runway 27, left wing.
Runway 27, left wing lock.
Yeah, 2399, number 10, traffic holding is sufficient, runway 27,
Floater.
continue, wind 31010.
All right, the flight heading to Raleigh, Durham, North Carolina.
Boston 1618, turn left at Bravo 8, taxi westbound on Bravo, expect spot 1, call ran 2977, they can lead go straight into position.
Okay, we'll exit Bravo 8. Bravo and
Monkey 755, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Delta 2689, number 3rd, traffic fast, 8 mile final, 737, runway 27, left wing.
Runway 27,
Monkey 755, turn Texas down departure, have a good flight.
Avenor back at the $5 super chat. Thank you, Avenor says, I'll go skydiving, but where do I draw the line in bungee jumping? I don't know. Draw the line. How about on the thought of doing it? I don't know how anybody does that. Bungee jumping, skydiving. Holy moly, no way.
Southwest 2689, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Southwest 2689. Oh, 27 Copenhagen.
Yeah, 2399, runway 27.
Sounds to me like you've already driven the line or drawn the line there, Avenor.
Delta 2125, the retired traffic, 3 mile final, 737, traffic will hold in position.
Next Bravo United flight 2399, coming up from Houston is 737 MAX 8. Followed by Delta flight 2125, coming in from Minneapolis in A321. All right, it is officially top of the hour time once again. Well, that 2 hour flew by. It is officially 1 p.m. here in beautiful San Diego, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of San Diego playing the spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. I am your Plane Jockey Kevin here high atop the parking garage. All right, 2 hours in, many hours left to go. Sit back, relax, we got you covered here. We're also going to take you back to Los Angeles, high atop the hotel for the Lufthansa 100-year livery. In fact, this should be coming up, correct? Where is she? Oh, she's still out there. She's running an hour behind. Should have scheduled arrival time was 1:10. She's now arriving at 2:09. So the Lufthansa flight 456 coming in from Frankfurt, the 100th anniversary livery, running behind. So, all right. 1 hour, 7 minutes away. She almost kept the show. She almost kept the show in LA today. Almost kept the show there in LA. those clouds are building out there to the east.
Final airbag tactical hold position with 010, but maybe 715.
This is the A321 Delta committed from Minneapolis.
That's 3346, contact ship Calvin right there, have a good flight. So that's 3345. Speed up to Bravo 9, please. That's 2125, roll to Bravo 9 without delay, company 700 mile final, no delay.
Let's fly heading to Chicago here is 737-800, Alaska flight 1478. Alright, they're going to hold that. Our next arrival coming in from Atlanta, Delta flight 540 and the A321.
That's 2125, company inside of a test mile final to left Bravo 9. Taxi westbound on Bravo spot 1. Contact range 29.77, expert verification.
Yep, we got it. 2977, cover 29.5.
Delta 540 to left, when able, taxi on the Bravo, is just that one, call range 2977, make way, go straight into the circle.
Alright,
Next heavy arrival is British Airways flight 265 coming in from London Heathrow, running about 20 minutes early here today. The 777 at 200ER, just 1 hour 35 minutes out. Lufthansa flight 466 coming in from Munich, an A350-900, 2 hours 11 minutes away. We hit 1,000 likes. Thanks, you guys.
After 1470, contact the South Coast, they're going to get back.
no departure line for 1470.
Alright, 2416, number 10, traffic will hold in position, runway 27, continuing to 0. Right, 2177, number 10, traffic 9 mile final, Amber, runway 27 right away.
Runway 27, waiter is runway.
That's an E-Jet heading to Santa Barbara, California. Alaska Horizon Flight 2177. Be followed by United Flight 444 heading to Dulles, 737 MAX 9. Jeremy, what do you mean? Kevin, can you unwind and go back on the super chats? You mean rewind or unwind?
United 444, number 10, traffic 8 mile final, or 5 mile final, Amber.
Oh, I see. Jeremy with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Jeremy. Kevin, do you think there are more or less passengers at the San Diego airport? I don't know what the passenger numbers are. I mean, like I was saying, this is peak summer travel season, and we have not, at least today, seen that long line of departures on the Bravo. So I would say, in terms of aircraft, it definitely is less here today. In terms of passengers, I don't have the slightest idea. I mean, the inside the terminal could be packed for all I know. I'm just looking from the outside. Just seems like there's less planes flying in and out of here today than we've seen. In terms of passengers, I mean, that whole terminal could be packed. Jeremy, thank you. Avenor back with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Avenor. Says, I could say flying on board a helicopter is not for everyone, considering you see the ground more clearly than on an airplane, and helicopters are inherently more unstable conceptually. I have flown on one helicopter, Avenor, A-Star, from Long Beach to Catalina Island. I flew there and I flew back. I sat in the back seat of that helicopter heading out there. The helicopter was full of people. I try not to think about it. On the way back, I got a little more daring. I sat in the front seat, and I gotta say, it was a beautiful trip on the way back to Long Beach. I really did enjoy it. Would I do it constantly? Would I do it again? Probably, I don't know. But I gotta tell you, I felt more comfortable flying over the ocean than I did flying over concrete. So there's that. I would say if you want to go to Catalina, there is boat or helicopter. It is a beautiful ride. So you got to be careful with the boats going out to Catalina Island from Long Beach. If you get seasick, you gotta make sure you get on that boat on a nice clear day, because you go on a stormy day, you might get a little seasick. But if you do go on the boats, the ferry between Long Beach and Catalina Island, it is a fun thing to do. Go on the bottom level in the back of the boat. It's nice and cool down there. You can stand up. I guess it all depends what boat you're on. But I did that one time coming back from Catalina. We just stood in the back of the boat in the back, and it was nice and cool, and it was a nice trip. So I've made that trip to Catalina a few times. Helicopter, boat. They're both beautiful trips. It is beautiful out there at Catalina Island. Definitely go out there. Beware of the sharks, though. They're saying there's a lot of sharks out there this year because of the warm waters. So yeah, there's that. There's that. do have a Learjet 60 up next for arrival. It's actually not on the radar. Seems kind of low.
Super 12, contact your south departure, have a good flight.
He's gaining some altitude there.
I was on Eastern Juliet and return when we took one place.
Non-firm 33 becoming a gold member once again.
Bravo 7, left.
Welcome back. Thanks for your membership.
Third 19 Juliet and 7 discretion.
At each end heading to San Jose, California, Alaska Sky West, flight 3429. Followed by Southwest, flight 1181 to 737 to 800.
Other bullet 81, number 10, traffic on
Is there a cross breeze? Yeah, I think well, I'm looking at the trees right now. It looks like the wind's coming out from the west. It should say in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, it's too small for me to read it on my screen, but if you have a big screen TV, it should give you the wind direction.
Bravo 12, 107, Bravo 5, Texas, Philadelphia, Charlie, Hotel, monitor ground, 123.9, Wisconsin. Skywest 918 Juliet, contact SoCal departure. Have a good flight.
Switch departure, Skywest 9118 Juliet. How we going?
What's going on, Catholic Crusader? You don't like me talking about the lack of planes and how expensive it is? Well, it's the truth. It's not a political statement, as I'm not a political person, and this is not a political show. It is the truth. I've done my research. I've looked at airfares in the last 24 hours. They are expensive. There are definitely less planes here in San Diego than the last time we were here about a month ago. So could be delays, could be cancellations, could be schedule issues, could be anything. But I'm just pointing out that there is less planes here, there's less arrivals, less departures, and airfares are through the roof. So you can make up your own thought about what that is caused by, what's going on. I'm just telling you like it is, like I see it.
Up 2534, number turn, runway 27, clear for takeoff. 2534, cancel takeoff, please. Hold short runway 27 at Bravo 1, let me know when you're ready.
Let's see. Is it Reed Rebecca 7309 asking, Kevin, would you ever stream in Orlando, Florida? I don't think that they're really hot on plane spotters there. I know they're in the process of building a plane spotting location somewhere on the airport property. We'll see how that goes. But for right now, it's not a plane spotter friendly airport. We do have that Delta 757 at 300, more than likely heading back to Atlanta. It's like 712. Well, Catholic Crusader, I didn't see what you said, so say it one more time. As long as it's as long as it's nice, or you're gonna make the mods go crazy. But I didn't see what you said, so I'm just seeing that you're repeating yourself. But I didn't see your message from before.
Delta 712, number Charlie, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
712, clear for takeoff, mission 7.
Getting a 757 at 300, heading back to Atlanta. All right, off she goes. We lost ATC. No, we didn't. No. We have not lost ATC. Crusader, I got it. Yeah, I mean, yes, I know that jet fuel is very expensive, and that's leading to a lot what's going on, no doubt.
Taxi westbound on Bravo. Next stop
Though I will say this, I filled up with gas, and I have to put premium in my truck. Premium at it's not the cheapest gas, but it's not the most expensive gas. Right off the 405 freeway, $5.77 a gallon for premium, 91 octane. $5.77. The last time I came down here a month ago to San Diego, it was $6.77. So it's down by $1 a gallon in the last month. So we were kind of going in the right direction. I don't know if it's going to stay that way or not, but it's still $1 cheaper than it was a month ago. Still, a lot of you guys are like, $5.77. It was a lot better than what we were paying about a month ago.
American 811, contact SoCal departure. Have a good flight.
Oh, right. Have a good day.
I got a second Coast Guard helicopter going to be heading out to sea.
American 2427, runway 272 for takeoff.
Pick up 27, American 2427.
Delta 682, number 10, have a 12 mile final, 737, runway 27, line flight.
27, line up only Delta 683. Different tower, Coast Guard.
Coast Guard 065, I'm sure.
55, we are going to be hovering at a range at about 50. Consider table 4, left departure.
Coast Guard 065, put down San Diego Bravo airspace, departures at your own. And southward 995, which is 013, and let me know when you're done and when to go depart. Contact SoCal departure. Have a good flight.
24
So we're just going to hover.
Delta 683, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, Delta 683.
Roger 1594, the return, wind 015, runway 27, cleared for takeoff. You may see a Coast Guard helicopter in the bay south of the runway again. Arrival should be south of the final.
Oh, I used a top tier gas, 91 octane.
Denver Tower, Coast Guard 065 on the Coast Guard ramp. Just request detail departure.
Coast Guard 065, put out San Diego Bravo departure to the south and contact North Island Tower.
In fact, I got to take the car into the shop. Toyota wants this thing back every 5,000 miles. They change the oil, they rotate the tires. Something tells me at some point they want this car back.
Okay, Delta 683, have a good day, man.
Well, while you have this car, Kevin, we're going to make sure that it's in tip-top shape because, well, we've looked at your history of how long you hold on to a car for, and your time for holding on to a car usually is about 3 to 4 years. So we expect you to bring this car back in about another year and a half, and we're going to make a good deal. I think that's what's going on in their head. Next arrival is Alaska Flight 1394, coming from Portland at 737-900 ER. Next takeoff is Delta Flight 1296, heading to Salt Lake City, a brand new A321neo. Larry with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Larry. This is Kevin. You've made my afternoon. Love the San Diego view. Well, thank you, Larry. It's a nice, calm, relaxing view here today. Not a lot going on in the harbor. Kind of a laid back atmosphere here at the airport. It's a nice Tuesday afternoon stream. Maybe you can take a nap with it on in the background. Joni says, I'm not napping today. The show is too fun. Well, definitely if you like the loud as sounds, this is a perfect place. The wind seems to be picking up now.
Delta 964, number car coming short on London, traffic will hold into the 2, runway 27, continue with 280. Flight 1296, brand new aircraft, A321neo, just delivered in April of this year. Next arrival is Southwest Flight 964, coming up from Vegas, 737 at max 8.
these clouds. They keep on changing every time I move the camera. Those are thunder clouds, aren't they? It's flight heading to Charlotte, flight 2465 and A321. So look at your next 5 arrivals here at San Diego. Frontier, the Crockett, the Raccoon livery, flight 1325, Kevin from Vegas, A321 up next.
755 number turn, 27 left, 12 mile. American 2465, contact September 23, like a good flight. Delta 755, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Flight heading to Phoenix, flight 765.
Jeffrey 220, number chart, Kevin, 9 mile, final airbus, runway 27, line 6.
7 line up away, Jeffrey 220.
British Airways, the 777 at 200ER, coming from London Heathrow, just 59 minutes away, flight 265. Scheduled arrival time is 2:55, estimated now at 2:37. JetBlue flight heading to Boston at A321neo, flight 220. Oh, it does. It does. Uh-oh. You're right. It said approaching LAX, but it should say SAN, but indeed those planes listed are planes heading here to San Diego. All right, heading to Boston, A321neo.
Roger, 1325, runway 27, clear to land.
United 737 crossing over 27. It could be a flow issue. I bet you anything. I haven't looked at the radar, but I bet you anything this is SFO. We'll head over here to Charlie.
Yeah, 1257 number charge, traffic 2 mile final Airbus. You have a 40 knot overtake here, 3.5 miles in trail, wind 30010, runway 27, clear to land.
Runway 27 or slow 99.
Indeed, it is heading to SFL, flight 1763, 737 MAX 8, just crossed over 27. Now over there in Charlie, we'll wait, more than likely with flow issues, dealing with the closure of the ones, and all that jazz back there, back at SFO.
Wind 30011.
That Frontier A321
traffic full speed from left Bravo 8, left turn Bravo.
coming in from Vegas. Up next, United flight 1257 coming in from SFO, 737-800.
Southern 1206 number charge, traffic short final, 737 30011, runway
waited out over here on the north side of runway 27.
Yeah, 1257, turn left Bravo 8, taxi westbound on Bravo, just spot 1, covering at 2977.
Bravo, spot 1, it's now range 927.
Roberts with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Roberts. As the planes land, you kind of see the distortion of the wind and turbulence as you look at the runway. And by the way, I love your channel. Well, thank you. Yeah, Robert, a few months ago, it was the scene of me getting hit by that wake turbulence that you are seeing. There was kind of it was a very windy day, kind of a stormy day. The wind was coming out of the southwest, I believe, and it was throwing the wake turbulence right into my face. It jerked me around a few times that day, scared me. I've never felt that wake like that before.
Southwest 4111.
Southwest 4111, number track coverage short final, 737 traffic to hold on position, runway 27 continue, read your discretion, contact flying, 30012.
Street Express 46, Southwest 4111.
Hello?
Yeah,
We're on Juliet.
okay, you're 9 times, so the soonest available, you can go to about 5 after, so for engine startup, be ready to move to 245.
Okay, we'll have a motor start at 4 or 5 after the hour.
Other 1206, North Bravo 8, Western Bravo, contact down.
Actually, we're staying into that United flight. 5 after 2, I believe, is when they can start up their engines and head to SFO. Next arrival is Southwest Flight 4111 coming up from Nashville, Tennessee, a 737 MAX 8, followed by NetJets Flight 780 coming up from Eagle, a Challenger 350. Haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. Feed the beast is what we call it. Subscribe if you're new, and make sure notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be back at LAX starting at 3 p.m. on Friday. So we're going to keep at the Nighthawk shows this week just because of the heat. 3 p.m. back at LAX on Friday, and then I'll be back with the big Sunday show on Sunday.
3352, contact us out departure. Have a good night.
Okay, Kevin, 33.
Focus issues here today.
Extra 780 number car, runway 27 clear to land. Do you want the visual approach?
Clear land 270, I would take the visual.
Jet 780, clear visual approach, runway 27.
Yeah, it's going to be a Thursday. It's the hottest day at LAX. I don't know what the... I don't know, it's like updated the temperature. Let's see. High here today is 79. We're currently at 78, so we're almost at the high here in San Diego. Let's see, Clutters Park, today's high 77. Actually, would have been a nice day to be back at LAX. Oh well. 83 is the high on Wednesday, 84 on Thursday. Well, it keeps on coming down. It was higher than that. Friday, 81, so that's why we're going to keep the start time at 3. Still going to be a warm evening. Sunday, high 78, and then next week we kind of get hot again, so see how it goes. All right, up next, NetJets Flight 780, coming from Eagle, Challenger 350. This is the slowest I think I've ever seen San Diego in all the times that we've been here. Go figure, mid-July, the height of travel during the summer, and the airport has never been slower, at least for us. Joni. Everyone's at their destination. And they're not leaving it. They're all on the beach already. And they're not leaving the beach. Next arrival, 4 minutes out. WestJet Flight 1484, coming up from Calgary, is 737-700. Followed by Southwest Flight 4891, coming up from Indianapolis, 737-800, 8 minutes away. British Airways 777-200ER, coming up from London Heathrow, Flight 265, 47 minutes away. Oh yeah, there's we've been talking about it all day here. And I looked at I was looking up airfare from LAX to Detroit for the end of July, still the height of the summer travel season, and for an economy seat, and this is I think the flight was leaving LAX around like 9:30 in the morning. $1,100 for an economy seat. That was the cheapest seat on that whole plane, and it doesn't make any sense to me because first class on that plane was $1,300, only $200 more. So yeah, $1,100 for an economy seat on a Delta A321neo to Detroit from LAX. That is the highest I have ever seen an economy seat to Detroit. So of course, high cost of gas, high cost of tickets. People are not flying, and if they are, people are flying. There's no doubt people are flying, and some people just are willing to pay that amount for that no matter what. People like to travel. I think travel for us is not as important as it is maybe for other channels. Only because we've invested a lot of money into our home city of Los Angeles, LAX. So we put on a pretty good show there at LAX. No one could put on a show at LAX like we put on a show at LAX. So to me, it's not as important to get on a plane and travel the country and the world. We've got plenty of plane spotters all around the world that have live channels now. So you can get your fill of any airport anywhere. But no one is going to put on a show at LAX like we can put on a show at LAX. So I think it's still important that the majority of our shows are still there at our home base, LAX. At least that's what I think. I could be totally wrong in my thinking here. It's a WestJet.
Okay, 7 Lima Tango, runway 27, land with 290.
Land 27.
Number 10, your inspection test from off on those off your traffic will hold position. When it's under 012, runway 27, continue. Traffic will be unless Bravo 8 left turn, east on Bravo, contact ground with T3 limit.
Bravo 8, Bravo 8, Left turn, east on Bravo, hold short of Bravo 4, remain my frequency. Bravo 7, Bravo, hold short Bravo 4 for 7.
Teresa, TQ, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Please follow with the 7th entry.
Southern 4891, runway 27, clear land.
Clear land 27, Southwest 48.
Taxi 7 Lima Tango, cross runway 27 Bravo 4, taxi 209 Charlie Hotel.
Cross Bravo 4, Charlie Hotel, signature 24722.
Next arrival is Alaska Flight 35, coming up from JFK, 737 MAX 9.
Bravo, contact us.
Bravo 8, Bravo, contact.
I was just getting back to your, I was getting back to the chat because I went on that soapbox about travel and LAX, and of course, that's what I think. I don't know if you guys think I'm crazy for thinking that, but it looks like, as I'm looking at the chat, Terry, you're absolutely right, Kevin, especially if you include Ontario with LAX, SFO, and San Diego. And don't forget Phoenix. I like Phoenix, but it's a little hot there right now. Lyric the Game Boy says, a lot of live streamers around now, but I think the best is still AVL. Ethan Frank says, couldn't agree more, Kevin. The 24-hour cams at LAX are really cool, too. Taxiway Lima says, AVL is the perfect business investment by focusing on LAX and other airports with all just a few-hour drive. Now, with that, in Miko's Skype, got an ambulance. Miko Skype says, LAX has enough variety, never gets boring. You know, that's the thing. You know, LAX, I'm not going to sit there and say LAX can't get boring. It certainly has its boring moments. But the variety, and I've said this many times, and I've said this to many people that come up and talk to us, the variety in LAX is not like what you're going to get at most airports. You're going to see that at JFK, Chicago, maybe a little bit in Miami, but LAX is a league of its own, absolutely. You never know what you're going to see there, and ain't that the truth from the last 5 years? So, anyway, we'll be back at LAX on Friday. Oh. Hold on a second here.
Okay, 35 for last enable, taxi West 1 on Bravo to spot 1, contact ramp 2977.
We're going to take it back to LAX. Apparently, the Queen heading to the south. Oh, she's still two minutes away. 2 minutes away for the Queen. Well, it's a good thing she's not landing on the north side. The north side looks a little sticky. All right, she's about 5 minutes out. We'll come back. We'll come back to the live cameras there at LAX. That flight to SFO finally heading over there into 27. All right, that officially takes us to the top of the hour once again. It is just after 2 p.m. here in sunny, beautiful San Diego, California. You are watching continuous live coverage of San Diego playing the spot in action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at the parking garage here in San Diego. We're going to take you back to LAX, the Queen, and the 100-year livery about to arrive on the south side at 25 left. Well, geez, I would have went to the parking garage here today. We would have missed her. All right, well, we got you covered here in San Diego. In just a few minutes, we'll take you back to LAX. The Queen just passed over the 110 freeway. We're going to take you back to LAX here. You're looking at the 4 cameras from high atop the H Hotel. The 2 on the top are the north side cameras. 2 on the south are the south side cameras. The Queen heading to 25 left. So the Queen will be popping up on one of those 2 cameras there on the bottom of your screen. Of course, you can watch these cameras 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. That is their second channel here on YouTube. All right, should be seeing the Queen pop up here shortly. Just approaching the 405, and there she is. Again, this is back in Los Angeles. The Queen now short final for 25 left. Flight dividend from Frankfurt, flight 456. Well, if you want to watch any more of the LAX streams, you can head over there to Airline Videos Live Plus. We got you covered. All right, back here to San Diego. Next arrival is Southwest, flight 2537, coming up from Sacramento at 737-700. This flight heading to Seattle, flight 4769 is 737 is 700. Next arrival is Southwest, flight 2324, coming up from Vegas is 737-800. We do have movement on our Dreamliner. The Japan Airlines flight heading back to Tokyo Narita now starting its taxi. Actually starting to get a little bit busy. A little afternoon rush going on there on taxiway Bravo. This flight heading to Nashville, flight 4147 is 737 and max 8.
4147, runway 27.
Friend of Richard Fleer with an also $20 super chat. Thank you, Richard. It says, hello from Boston. Kevin, I'd like to trade you Boston's heat and humidity for the steady onshore flow of Southern California. Let me know when you want to talk turkey. You can have the Boston weather. What are you doing in Boston, by the way? I know you said that the other day. Are you there for just plane spotting? Well, have a great time. Get some clam chowder. Might be a little too warm for that. And get a nice cold lobster roll. I'm gonna keep my weather here, Richard.
That's 4147,
Good afternoon, Southwest 4147.
A321 Neo is your next takeoff, followed by Breeze, Airbus A220-300. Still got that Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo. Narita is still on her taxi down Bravo. Finally, we're getting that lineup on the Bravo that we haven't seen all day. British Airways just 23 minutes away. There's our lineup. To Cincinnati, CBG, flight 543.
Hold in position runway 27, continue with 28014.
Northern Kentucky, Cincinnati.
Yeah, very clear left.
Alright, we got that Dreamliner. We would have had KLM here today, but it canceled its flight. The flight coming in from Amsterdam canceled here. Friend RFI Nerd gifting 10 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, RFI Nerd.
27 line flight American 24. Southwest 647.
That's 3525, the return traffic 4 mile final inbound traffic will hold in position, wind to navigate 13, runway 27, continue.
That was a flight coming in from Detroit, Michigan, flight 21 to 55 at A321, flying directly over our head.
Turn left, Bravo 8, taxi westbound on Bravo to spot 1, contact range 297.
Bravo 8 westbound, spot 1, ramp there, 21 dot.
You can contact right now.
Check right now, Delta 21 dot. First over towards 41, 3 mile final.
American 2456, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
27, clear for takeoff. American 2456.
Vector 741, traffic on the roll, runway 27 for the land.
47 clear for land, 47.
Hello to you guys watching there in Wales. Keeping you up late. Next arrival is Delta Connection, SkyWest flight 3741, Kevin from Vegas. It's an E-Jet. Followed by Southwest flight 3525, Kevin from San Jose, California, 737-800. All right, Japan at number 3 for takeoff, in line there on taxiway Bravo.
American 2456, contact at South Departure, have a good flight.
Departure, thanks, American 2456.
Delta 3496, and return traffic 5 mile final, 737, runway 27, line close. Jet 3741, turn left Bravo 8, taxi westbound on Bravo to spot 1, everybody's holding, contact ramp 2977.
Wait, Bravo, spot 1,
All right, let's take a look at our next 5 arrivals here in San Diego.
Southwest 3496, runway 27, clear for takeoff. That's 5525, runway 27, clear for land.
Well, maybe not.
27, clear, Southwest 3525.
Well, that was interesting. I was seeing there was an Allegiant in the Raiders livery. It was showing up on my end. Oh, that's the Viva Aerobus.
Well,
Well, that can't be here.
Phone at a lot of booking.
With your 44 time, you can go as early as about 37. So for engine startup and everybody sitting down, be ready to move to 2437.
Roger that. We'll go right back to the
That's a 3496, contact SoCal departure. Have a good flight. Flight 2176 and return traffic will hold in position, heavy Boeing 787, constantly turbulence, wind 29012, runway 27. Alaska 1502, number return traffic 11 mile final Amber, runway 27, line of point.
Line of point, runway 27, line of point.
going to Tijuana. I don't know why that popped up on our...
3525 to Max Enable, left turn.
I'm glad I didn't show it to you then.
Left turn, Eastern on Bravo, over ground,
Delta's holding and giving way.
It's Flight 65 is 787-9 Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita.
Left 1402, runway 27 clear for takeoff. The plane Air 65 Heavy, then return traffic 8 mile final inverse. Runway 27, landed point.
Over 27, line up on the right, Japan 65 Heavy.
It's 3176 feet, discretion if you want to start flying. Last 1402, contact Tokyo departure. Happy flight.
Departure, last 1402, thanks.
Japan Air 65 Heavy, wind 29012, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Over 27, clear for takeoff, Japan 65 Heavy.
3136, special white turbulence, wind 29012.
All right, ready to head back to Tokyo Narita in the 787-9 Dreamliner.
Japan Air 65 Heavy, contact Tokyo departure. Have a good flight.
Tokyo departure, Japan 65 Heavy, great.
I'm sorry, Southwest E97, number chart traffic show is final, Embraer traffic will hold until the
This looks like the Go Cougs. Go Cougs. Alaska Horizon E-Jet. Go Cougs.
Southwest E97, there's no one behind if you want to start flying. Up to 36, number chart traffic, 8 mile final, 737, runway 27.
By the way, 7, Alaska, please go ahead. How many do you want to launch for 897? We can go all the way back.
It doesn't matter, because we don't have to go 229.
Okay.
Well, you can spot that one a mile away, with it being pretty much the only red, solid red livery. Next arrival is Southwest for 897.
Westbound on Bravo, contact runway 23.9.
Left turn for Bravo 7, right turn on the Bravo, contact ground 12.
Coming in from Phoenix, the 737-800 should be followed by British Airways Flight 265.
Go straight off, runway 27, Alaska.
There's a list of your next 5 arrivals here in San Diego. British Airways,
Southwest
number
97, runway
2,
27, clear to land.
following the Southwest flight, coming from Phoenix. Lufthansa A350-900 coming from Munich, 52 minutes away, running pretty much on time. Scheduled arrival time 3:25, estimated now at 3:21.
Police 1 number 10. Police 1 contact you cleared into Broward 37, requested altimeter 29904.
It's Delta A321 heading to Atlanta, flight 540. Yeah, I like to play airlines. That was one of my favorite liveries, play. Used to love seeing those in Boston. And they have ceased operations, unfortunately. Speedbird up next for arrival.
Speedbird 265 heavy, number 7, 27, continue traffic towards the clear. Southwest 897, turn left Bravo 8, contact ground today.
Bravo 8, ground 897.
Delta 541, 2013, 127, sub takeoff.
All right, the A321 heading to Atlanta. I'm looking out to the east. Also Speedbird.
Now, good afternoon, traffic 7 mile final, heavy 777, 127 mile point.
7 mile point, code 3389.
Number 10.
Go ahead, I'll ask for 14.
14, turn left, Bravo 1, host to the Bravo. Stand by for sequence.
Alright, left of Bravo 1 and hold short of Bravo, last close.
Skywest 3389, 27, clip takeoff.
27, clip takeoff, yes, 33, yeah.
With 1827, number 10, traffic 5 mile final, heavy 777, 127 mile point.
Matt Little with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Matt. This is I'll be in LA on July 27th, 2026. Are you going to be streaming from LAX? Who's going to come by and say hi? Let's see, what day of the week is that? That is a Monday. Usually we don't stream on a Monday. Sunday and Tuesdays, yes, we will be at LAX. We should be. That was the week I was looking at going to Michigan, but I don't think it's going to happen. Matt back with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Matt. Oh, the 26th. Yes, that is a Sunday. We'll be at Imperial Hill. Yes, Matt. Come by Imperial Hill on the Big Sunday show. Thank you, Matt.
And police, when you can expect for that to traffic on a 2 mile funnel, is a heavy 777, stand by.
Look at that cloud behind Speedbird.
2163, number 727, continue. At 2163, crossing bridge turbulence, heavy 777, 1 mile funnel, 127,
Quite the
continue.
cloud formation behind Speedbird there.
And police, when actually unable at this time, can you accept the east transition? Police 1 right at east transition is approved. At 1827, contact for departure, good day.
Spoke up, say that's
Brandon 2024, hold short of Bravo 1, stand by for your sequence.
Hold short Bravo 1, stand by for your sequence.
What can you ready? What you know about? I'm going to get that very disrespect. Brandon 2024, you're next, hold short of 27 at Bravo 1.
Alright, hold short number 27 at Bravo 1, transfer sequence.
Say again? 2683 Limerick Tower, 27 continue. Freebird 265 heavy, turn left Bravo 8, turn right on Bravo 8, contact on continue.
Bravo 8, Bravo,
All right, we'll turn off a Bravo 8.
Bravo 2024 Limerick Tower, 27 on 4 traffic 4 mile final, be ready for meeting.
37 mile point, we'll be ready here at 2024.
Next Bravo United, flight 2163, coming up from Dulles, 737 at 900 ER.
14 behind number, push over 27 at Bravo 1.
Alright, Brian and Blair, and push up 27 at Bravo 1 along the pool.
Followed by United, flight 2683, coming up from Chicago O'Hare, 737 900 ER.
37 takeoff, otherwise, very quickly, bye.
At 2163, went 2012, 127, quick command traffic support. At 2683, number 2, following traffic 2 mile final, 127, clear to land. 27, clear.
Speedbird heading over there to the international gates. Over 2,000 of you guys watching. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button if you're liking today's stream. It's that United flight coming from Dulles. Alaska flight heading back to Reagan National, flight 14, 737-800, followed by the flight heading back to Detroit, flight 2172 on that A321 with Delta. They're holding short Our next arrival is United Flight 2683 coming in from Chicago O'Hare, a 737-900 ER.
Left Bravo East, contact her. Bravo East, correct. 2683 today. Oscar 14, wind 2, 9 013, with 27, clear takeoff. Oscar 7, clear takeoff, Oscar 14. Delta 2172, limit tag, good afternoon, number 27, line of voice. I'm Boeing runway 27, Delta 2172.
Flight lined up, ready to go. Back to the Motor City, Detroit. Flight 2172. It's an A321.
14, contact, look at 1 Order pressure lock, approach today. Chicago 3250, number 7, 27 on the voice.
27 minus voice, 3250.
Our next heavy arrival, Lufthansa Flight 466. Just about to cross the California-Arizona border. A350-900, just 37 minutes away. It's been an interesting weather day, a little muggy. Air show going on above the bay.
Skyline 3250, contact SoCal departure, good day.
3250, good day.
Police 1 number check. Please order contact your clear to borrow space as requested. Altimeter 2994 and verify your altitude one more time. Police 1 cap.
Let's check in with our AVL weather reports. Currently 74, so I think we hit the high. We are now dropping. Beautiful blue skies, few clouds. Wind coming out of the southwest. So this coming week, big week here in San Diego. Comic-Con. People come all from all around the world. I don't know, is Comic-Con as big as it used to be? I remember like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it was huge. Is it as big now as it used to be? I came down here and covered it probably about 8-9 years ago. It was still pretty big. Weather on the 5s, traffic on the 8s, only on AVL. Chris Tucker says, yes, even bigger. Really? David says bigger. Huge! Rita says huge. Really? Every year it gets bigger and bigger? Wow, that is amazing. Good for them. You gotta give props to that. Actually, KLM canceled their flight here today. They fly San Diego, Amsterdam, San Diego year-round now. Unfortunately, the Dreamliner was canceled here today. That's why we did not see KLM here today. Well, that one escaped me. Sorry. E. Shelton says, I heard that during Comic-Con, 98% of the hotel space in San Diego County is booked solid. Wow. Well, I was showing you downtown. There's a hotel. I think that's the Hyatt. It's right next. You can't see the convention center. The convention center is behind these buildings. But this Hyatt, is that the Hyatt? Yeah, that's the Hyatt. That's connected, somewhat connected to the convention center, and I know that's where a lot of people stay. That's the Prime Hotel, right?
Alaska 380, contact SoCal departure, 119.6 today.
Alaska 380.
Next arrival is American Flight 2459, coming up from DFW in an A321.
Flight 546 on Yankee 27.
At 546, number Calvin 27, clear to land, number 2, font traffic 3 mile final.
27, clear to land, number 2, flight 546.
Flight coming in from Dallas.
SoCal departure, good day.
On the South Delta, good day, approach 295.
Hello, you were inches from me. How you doing? Oof. You can tell they're so close to me with the mic. I can't even get the whole airplane in the shot. That's how close they are.
American 2459, turn left, Bravo 9, contact ground. Bravo 9, contact ground, that's 2459.
Thanks for the buzz by. Maverick. Good thing I wasn't drinking coffee when that happened. All right, we got a flex jet up next.
Tower 4001 over 27, please, delay.
Because Kevin's a little shorter on top. Next Bravo is Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 4001, coming up from LAX, it's in Asia.
Bravo Lima, Tower 27, continue traffic holding in position.
Lufthansa A350, just 27 minutes away. North Dakota. Wow, coming up to the top of the hour. We're already 4 hours. 4 hours, almost 4 hours into today's stream already. 4 hours, boy oh boy.
Attention all aircraft, information Sierra is current altimeter 2993.
All right, we got the E-Jet coming in from LAX up next.
From the 2 Mike Bravo, expect landing clearance by 2 mile final. Southwest 2328, limit tag, good afternoon, can you accept an immediate advance?
Affirm.
Southwest 2328, copy that, got the cross the 4 mile funnel, 127 on the way, can be ready for that immediate.
On point, we'll be ready. That's 277.
Some nice boats out there in the bay.
That's 4001, turn left Bravo 7 if you can. If you miss it, expedite to 8, please. Turn left there, taxi on the Bravo and contact us.
So we're left on Bravo 8 and then over to ground on Bravo 1.
Southwest 2328, chopping out at 2 mile funnel, 129.012, 127, close takeoff.
I'm copy, Southwest 2328.
This flight heading to Oakland, California, flight 2328, a 737 MAX 8.
127, clear to land, traffic departure.
27
Thanks for the jewels there, Uncle Car Guy. All right, I have another corporate jet as we're filling up.
Southwest 2320, contact SoCal departure, good day.
Signature Aviation over there. It was looking a little bleak there earlier.
So the 2572, limit time, 273 claim, wind 290.12, gun 18.
Just the lane?
Jet 2, Mike Bravo, turn right, Charlie 6, contact ground, good day.
Next arrival is Delta Flight 2572 coming up from Seattle. It's 737-800. Followed by another NetJets coming in from Eagle River, assessing citation latitude 7 minutes away.
Number Towers, X-1070.
Hello, the backyard plane spotter.
Yeah, we're just trying to see on that update there.
Weather 74. It's a little humid. It's a little humid, but not too bad. 74. Can't complain.
FBO there.
So the 780 looks like the release at 2220. You can depart as many spots at that time. Let me contact GM if you have anything earlier for you to step out.
Okay, thank you.
So the control tower, controller is working great, hard up there in the...
Expected 780 limit test.
Yes, there we are.
Just sending a question, it's not our earlier slot for you, so expect 2220 or 2
in the
minutes.
control tower here at San Diego. I was going to talk about this earlier and I totally forgot. Did you guys see the FAA has a new PSA video that they released on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube? I think that's on Instagram. I didn't find it though. And they're using our video from the United Dreamliner, the emergency landing where everyone's escaping out on the slides. And it's a great message. It's a great PSA message. Don't get me wrong. It's a great message. But they're using our video and they chopped out our logo and didn't bother to reach out to us to say, hey, we're going to put this PSA together. It's for a good cause. Can we use your video, please? There was no please. They just took it, cropped out the logo, and now I would assume it's a nationwide commercial PSA. Of course, it's for a good cause, don't get me wrong. But whatever happened to please? I have caught, and we have talked about this I don't know how many times. I have caught more pilots on YouTube stealing our video. And some of these pilots, you know exactly who they are. I'm not going to list who they are, but they're well high-known pilots here on YouTube with million subscriber count on YouTube, taking our video and putting our video inside their videos and cropping out our logos. Now, I tried to report it to YouTube. YouTube comes back to me and gives me a long list of, well, what about this and what about that? And there's a thing called free use, and I get all that. I think what it comes down to is if we all want to work together here on YouTube in the world of aviation, all you have to do is write an email or a direct message and ask. And a lot of people do ask us to use our video. And if they come out and say, hey, I'm working on this video project, can we use it? And most people say, I'm going to credit you and leave your logo in there. And I say, yes, thank you so much for reaching out, and please use it. I get angry when you've got high-paying, and some of these, by the way, some of these pilots are still pilots for the major airline. They're making a lot of money, and they're making a lot of money on YouTube as well. And I don't think it's right for these highly paid pilots and highly paid YouTube creators here on YouTube stealing hardworking YouTube creators like us. It's not right. It's not right, and there's not much I can do about it. It really does frustrate me, but it's got to stop. And we keep on encountering the usage. Either people find it or the algorithm somehow connects that video to us, and it does show up in front of my eyes many, many times. And a lot of you guys also alert me to a lot of stuff. So I just have a message to the government. The government had a lot of high-paid pilots that certainly could pay for the usage rights for video. Just reach out to us and say hello. Just reach out and say hello and ask. That's all you need to do. Don't steal it. Don't go behind anybody's back, because we all have to work together here on YouTube, and we're all in this mission to educate people and entertain people at the same time. So let's all work together. Let's not backstab each other. Let's play fair here, because we would never do that to any of you guys. So that's my PSA message. Hey, there's my PSA message. FAA has their PSA message. I have mine. Don't steal. Don't steal. Don't steal. All right. And that officially takes us to the top of the broadcast once again. Just after 3 p.m. here in beautiful San Diego, California, you're watching continuous live coverage of San Diego plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 14th. 2026. I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at the parking garage outside of San Diego Lindbergh Field here in San Diego, California. A beautiful day for plane spotting. We got that Lufthansa A350 on its way in, so don't go anywhere. Sit back, relax. We got you covered here.
Flight 1460, contact SoCal Airport. Good day. Hotel 06, look out, 27 on a void traffic, 1 at my phone. 27 on a void, Southwest Hotel 06. At 919, turn right, Charlie 6, contact ground 12349, good day. 600 ground,
That was flight Natchat's coming in from Eagle River, flight 919. Up next, Southwest flight 3076, coming in from Oakland at 737 at 700.
Southwest 1206, traffic 2 mile final, 127, cliff takeoff. 277 takeoff, Southwest 1206. Southwest 3076, wind 29011, 127, clear to land, traffic departing. 27, clear to land, Southwest 3076.
Freddie O says, email him and say you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, let's go to our next arrival here.
Exit 100, Limerick Tower, 27, clear to land, wind 28010.
Hello, Tower, push at 578 inbound for the RNAV 27.
Southwest 1206, contact, look at it, good day.
Good day, Southwest 1206.
Exit 578, Limerick Tower, 27.
Southwest heading to Portland at flight 4908 at 737 MAX 8, followed by United flight 618 heading to Houston.
578, 127, clear to land, wind 28014.
I got two net shots back to back. First up, the Global 5000 up next.
Go ahead, taxi up full show 27 at Charlie 1.
Taxi up whole short at 27 at Charlie 1, taxi at 782.
We have more corporate jets here today than we do commercial planes.
Okay, 100, turn right, Charlie 6,
What am
taxi on Charlie,
I?
contact.
Live from Van Nuys. Next up, another flex jet.
Southwest 4908, number Travis, 27 on board.
27, line up and wait, Southwest 4908.
Sector 578, turn right, Charlie 6, taxi on Charlie, and contact accommodation.
Good afternoon, Lincoln 2470 on runway 27.
Southwest 4908, wind 2013, with 27 clear takeoff.
Arizona in the house.
Southwest 490.
2470, number tag, good afternoon, number 27, continue, traffic holding in position. And 618, number Travis, 27 on full traffic, not a mile follow.
A lot of you guys there in Arizona. Well, be careful tonight. You got those monsoon storms to deal with every day this week. United flight heading to Houston, a 737-800, flight 618.
Eastern transponder, squawk 1007.
Next arrival, American flight 2470, coming in from Phoenix. In fact, we should, and I think we do have the Lufthansa A350 popping up on the arrivals alert board. Currently number 3 to arrive here on runway 27, actually number 2. Number 2, following the flight coming up from Phoenix, flight 2470, followed by the A350-900.
2470.
Jake, becoming a gold member here today. Thank you, Jake. Welcome to the channel. $100 degrees in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That is hot. Oof.
Contact Soka, much good day.
Purchase.
Seen any ships, no boats. I mean, we got small boats, but nothing. In fact, now I look over there, I just noticed the aircraft carrier that was being worked on for the last year is gone. I was here the last time we were here. There is no ships here. At least in our view. It could be more on the other side to my left, but it's interesting. There is no ships. No aircraft carriers.
Lufthansa 5 Yankee Heavy, number Tower, 27, continue. Traffic 8 mile final with 27 on board.
Line up and wait on 27 and deck at 72.
Altimeter 2993. American 2470, turn left Bravo 8, contact now.
Well, we've got American 24-7.
A rim pack is going on Hawaii. That makes sense.
Good, 780, wind 29012, 127, clip takeoff.
Clear for takeoff on 27 and deck at 780.
Alright, the Lufthansa A350 up next.
Jet 719 Juliet Bravo, Lima, are you ready?
Red zone.
Jet 719 Juliet Bravo, traffic 4 mile final, heavy Airbus, 27 mile away.
Well, 27 line away, 790. Thank you, sir. Order departure, deck at 780.
And November 719 Juliet Bravo, wind 29010, 27, clip takeoff.
Lufthansa Flight 466, give it from Munich, 1-year-old A350 900, your next heavy arrival.
Okay, 187, number carried, possibly 7 center, Airbus 2 mile final, 37, continue. Bravo, contact Stuttgart, Portuguese.
Stuttgart,
That's 2415, number tower, 27. Okay, 187, 130, now 127, take on. Lufthansa 5 Yankee Heavy, turn left Bravo, now contact now.
Left Bravo,
going to head over there to the international gates. Running on time here today. Got to line up there on Bravo. Next arrival is NetJets, flight 187, coming in from Vegas, the Global 7500.
Rising 2415, traffic hold in business, check ground experience out of 1.5 mile funnel. Roger, 187, turn left Bravo 6, left on Bravo, contact ground 12349.
Bravo, 12349.
Southwest 4181, with 27 clip takeoff and 209.
7 clip takeoff, up 41.
Alright, 2415, wind 209, 27 clear to land, traffic to Marshall Road.
90937, Horizon 2415.
Typical cross visibility, 27 on the lake.
Limitless, north 42.
Rising 2415, turn left off the lead, contact ground today.
Left on right, double here, 20.
Got 4002 to 27, click to the
What's the 7 clip, particular, north 42.
Joni back with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Joni. It says, have you ever looked at your videos to see if your reflection was on the underside of the plane? I don't think so. I mean, it's going by so fast, Joni. You know what I mean? I do see a white reflection. I've always wondered what that is on the belly of the plane, just as it flies over the parking garage, and I can't for the life of me figure out what that is. The Southwest flight heading to Sacramento, flight 4552 is 737-8. I'm sorry, 700. Followed by Alaska flight 1381 heading to Seattle, a 737-900 ER. It's like a white line. It must be maybe the, I don't know. It's not a white car reflecting. It's like a white line. You'll see it the next time it flies over the garage.
1381, number carrier, good afternoon, traffic 7 mile final, number 27 mile point.
Microwave 27 Africa
3123, number carrier, number 27, continue, traffic holding in position.
The flight to Seattle, flight 1381.
Close takeoff.
916 spotter says we're on Google Earth trying to sleuth the source.
4552, contact look at departure, back. Southwest 45.
Well, the only thing I can think of is it's like the top cement, and that's what the white is reflecting off the belly of the plane. That's the only thing I can think of. There is, on that part of the roof, there is the white part. Looks like it used to be a part of the parking garage, but I don't think that area over there has that white part on top of the cement wall, so I have no idea, but you'll see it. This is my view today. I barely got the tripod in, and the tripod's all the way up, barely over the cement wall. Usually we're over on that side, and the more you go to the right, the wall comes down less. So that's where we usually are, but there's a lot of cars here today, and I was saying, if this space wasn't available, and this 607, this spot right here, this wall and these, whatever these are, would have been right in my way. We would have had a no show here today. That's how close it came to having no show today. There's always a possibility, and Allison and I have talked about it many times. I drive all the way down here.
1381,
There's always a possibility that there's no parking.
1381.
Didn't have the white
3539 number
streak.
Fast, you want to maintain slow at practical speed. Slow track call after 521. Southwest 3525, let me tell you, may be able to depart this departure as well. This is ready to go shortly. Over. 3123, turn left, Bravo 8, taxi on to Bravo, in contact on exit south of 860.
Bravo ground and away, 3123.
The grumpy gamer says they should just give you a reserve spot. I don't think they would ever do that here. Brunner Smith says should have had him towed.
25, traffic crossing the 4 mile funnel, 27 on the way.
27 on the way, stop those 35.
No, we don't ever get anything reserved. Only thing that there was never a reserve spot put up for us is at the H Hotel for that little spot on the 12-4 patio deck. Sometimes when it's busy, they'll put a reserve spot up there just so that no one's up there in case someone, you know. And that has happened where people are up there and I have to go up to them and be like, sorry to do this, but we're about to do a show on this corner. Some people are very polite and say, oh, I'm sorry, no worries. Some, oh boy. Back in December, there was this one man who refused to leave and we had to get security up there and he still wouldn't leave. My dad was with me that day, if you guys remember, and my dad, oh boy. You know, leave it to my parents. My dad and my mom have been to the show many times, and for whatever reason, there's some type of drama. It's happened twice with my mom. And in fact, the first time my mom came to Imperial Hill back in the early days, I think it was the day after Christmas in 2022 or 2021. And there was a man there that wouldn't turn down his radio, and we had asked him politely, could you please turn on your radio? And in fact, he turned it up, and my mom was like, I'm going over there, I'm going to tell him to turn it down. They almost got into a fight there at an Imperial Hill, and the same thing happened with my dad at the H Hotel that day. You gotta love the parents. They are very protective of their son Kevin. That's pretty clear. But for whatever reason, when they come to visit LA, there's always some drama-filled situation that doesn't happen too often, but they always seem to be involved in it. And I kind of feel bad that they come and they have to deal with the nonsense that this, Southern California can give you sometimes. So they're very defensive of their son. Yeah, and good old Barb. She was at the 5-year party. She was the hit of the party.
West 1485, runway 27 plus takeoff. 3035 Lumber Tower, turn the 5 mile final, runway 27 on its way.
Runway 27, go at 3035.
Do you guys remember that? Which one are you guys talking about? The one with my mom on Christmas, or that one was live. The other one with my dad wasn't live yet.
Question 1485, kind of SoCal departure. SoCal departure, 1485, good.
Next arrival is Alaska SkyWest Flight 3084, coming from Austin. It's an E-Jet. Followed by Delta Flight 1210, coming from Salt Lake City, an A321 Neo.
Sultan Lumber Tower 12810, runway 27, clear to land.
Almost 1.8 thousand likes. Friendly reminder, if you guys are liking today's stream, make sure to hit that like button.
Bishop 1485, contact SoCal departure.
Our next live broadcast will be back at LAX on Friday, starting at 3 p.m. Pacific for some more nighttime plane spotting action, and then I'll be back bright and early at 8 a.m. on Sunday for the big Sunday show. I'm going to be taking the next 2 days off. I've been told you are not allowed, and I think I said this last week, you are not allowed. Apparently I've been told you are not allowed to do a pop-up stream, go see a movie, go do something that doesn't involve the channel, at least for one of the days. So I will be taking the next 2 days off, though I'll still be working. But the next time you see me, you will see me on Friday.
And Delta calling protect, you're on tower. Alright. Skywards 3035, contact SoCal departure. Departure here, 3035.
Brandon, I should have a Kit Kat.
Turn left Bravo 9 onto Bravo.
Take a break.
Bravo 9,
Give
Bravo,
me a break.
Skyway 384, contact ground 1 off. Push ground, Skyway 34.
Carrie says, Kevin, what will it take for you to take a week off and breathe? You know, Carrie, the last time I did that, I ended up having surgery. I think there's some PTSD related to taking some time off, because it was almost this time, it was mid-August 2024. Remember? I announced on the Sunday show, I said, I'm taking a whole week off. Midweek, Wednesday, I go do a random errand to purchase some items for the studio, and I walk out of a building and I step on a parking stopper in a walkway. And fell violently on my right arm and screwed up my arm, and eventually had surgery and couldn't do my job for a long time, if you guys remember that. All because I chose to take a week off. I'm not saying that will happen again, but I think there's some PTSD from the thought of taking time off, that somehow I'm going to step over a parking cement thingy again, and that's not going to happen. That's just crazy. Yeah, can you believe that? It's been 2 years.
Left Bravo 8, left on the, or right on the Bravo, and then contact ground. Exit Bravo 8, right on Bravo, over to ground, Delta 1210, have a good day.
The lessons never stop working. Well, technically, I was working that day, because I was going to a store to purchase some items for the new studio. So technically, I was working that day. I wasn't live streaming. If I was live streaming, I wouldn't have broke my arm, and then we, you know, one thing wouldn't have led to the other. We wouldn't have the 24-hour stream. So everything happens for reasons, but watch where you step. I can talk about it a little bit more now that it's over, but just so you guys know, I'm a klutz. Don't worry, I am a klutz. I've always been a klutz. And with that being said, I'm not that clumsy. I'm a klutz. But
Horizon 2050, turn left, Bravo 8, contact ground.
when I tripped over that parking stopper, it was in a walkway outside of a door, and I did not see it. And so I was walking out of the store and tripped over it. I was in a walkway. The stopper shouldn't have been in the walkway. In fact, after it was reported what happened, the parking lot actually removed the parking thing. So it shouldn't have been there in the first place. So I don't want you to think that I'm just walking through a Target parking lot, tripping over cement parking things. That's not what happened. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. Somebody screwed up somewhere. And so it's a bigger issue than it really is. And I really haven't talked about it, but just don't think visually, don't have visual thought in your head that I'm walking through Target tripping over cement stoppers. That's the Hawaiian A321neo touching down.
Bravo 8, if not, no to lane on the 9, and contact ground.
Greg with $5 super chat. Thank you, Greg. Says have a break and come out to the Minnesota State Fair and try a new pickle cookie they have this year. Oh, that's right, the pickle ice cream, the pickle cookie. There was one other thing you listed the other day. I would, Greg, but airfares are just so expensive right now. Wasn't it pickle pie? I think that's the other thing you said, pickle pie. Pickle ice cream and pickle pie. I thought the ice cream sounded good. I did go to Target the other day because I tend to try to eat a healthy breakfast, and I try to have like oatmeal mixed with raspberries or blueberries, and you know that whole parasite or is it a parasite? Linked to raw raspberries and lettuce and all this other stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I almost walked over to the raspberry counter and got some raspberries, and then I was like, oh, no. Don't touch those things. And then I almost ordered a salad last night from a restaurant, and I even said, you know what? Don't get the salad. Get the salmon. Is anybody else in the chat freaking out over this parasite? Look to the sky, 82 with the $2 super chat says, did you hear about the 737 MAX 7 to be okay to fly for Southwest? I did hear about that. I think, what, this month? Looks like it's going to get the go-ahead. And Southwest wants those MAX 7s desperately. They've been wanting those for years. Todd with the $2 super chat. Thank you, Todd. Says, Kevin, would you ever do your show from Denver? I was talking to Kayla, one of our great mods. She's from there. And I think we were trying to figure out if I ever came there to do a show, is there a possibility of doing a show that can show anything? And I need to talk to her again about the possibility of that. I would say, I'll never say never, Todd, but I don't know. Uh-oh. 916 Spotter says, Kevin, I'm currently making a salad for dinner with friends tonight, and you have me second guessing. Well, the thing is, I don't know. I mean, I used to work in the news, so I know how everything's hyped up, but they can't seem to figure out where it's coming from. They're just listing a bunch of foods. So I'm just going to stay away from anything that's nutritious and raw at the moment. There was a funny meme of a cat walking into the grocery store doing that dance. I don't know what. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like a dance, and this cat is doing the. It's not really a dance. It's like a walk dance. And the caption is me walking into the grocery store to secretly get the raspberries so that I can lose 10 pounds this week.
2045 Lumber Tower trap, park prior.
Well, is it a parasite or is it E. coli? It's related to manure in some form or fashion somewhere. That's really what it comes down to. It's manure. We've been through this before. Been through this a lot. I don't know. Maybe the media is just making this a bigger deal this year because we got nothing else going on. I'm just saying I'm gonna, stay away from the blueberries and the raspberries probably until they get this all figured out. There's a lot of video. You guys are all talking about it on the chat, so I'm going to continue to talk about it. There was a video I came across on TikTok one time, and I tend to get salads from DoorDash from a lot of the restaurants there, and somebody who worked in the restaurant industry said in a TikTok video, he said, never order a salad from a restaurant. They do not. And of course, this is not every restaurant, but this is what this guy said. I'm just telling you what the guy said. This is not what I say. He said that the restaurants do not wash the lettuce correctly enough. And so that's why I decided not to get the salad yesterday, because if indeed this restaurant is getting the lettuce from this contaminated source and they don't wash it correctly, then bingo, you got it, right? So, anyway. This is what happens when you don't have a lot of traffic at an airport. We start talking about news-related items. Next arrival is American Airlines Flight 2485, coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, Texas, an 8321.
Discover 3751, kind of SoCal departure.
SoCal, take care, Scout 3751.
Oh, really? Washing won't help with this? Blue Dragon Who says, yeah. That's why I'm just gonna, we'll just go with the, we'll go with the pizza, we'll go with the pasta. Go with the steak. Just no side salad. Just for a little bit. Duff says it's never been a more perfect time to eat more chocolate.
Bravo 8, on the ground, complete. Titular aircraft number, gauge information, Tango current wind 28010, altimeter 29901.
Aki Sky with the Super Chat says, Kevin, I love today's new view. It's so much fun. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Sorry, we don't have much action here today. It is a beautiful view. We usually have more ship action, more boat action, more helicopter action, more train action, more airplane action. But here we are. It is still beautiful. The Bay, San Diego, very classy city. The Thunderhead is getting big again.
2169 number tower, runway 27, continue, traffic will hold position. West Bravo 8, continue on to Bravo, Panic ground 10. Alright, West Bravo 8, Bravo,
It's E321 heading, I think, back to DFW.
American 2459, traffic 2.5 mile final, runway 27, quick takeoff.
Jason Jenkins says, Kevin, do you agree with what Ron Burgundy says San Diego means? I don't know. What did he? I can't remember what he says San Diego means. Almost almost 2,000 likes. Allison's reminded you guys, if you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button.
16, runway 27, clear to land. Clear to land, 27 on 39.
The Southwest flight heading to Denver, flight 3497 is 737-800. Next arrival is a flight coming up from Cabo, Alaska, flight 1395 is 737-900 ER. Got that FedEx feeder ATR 72 coming in from Tijuana. Just lighting up on the radar just across the border. Be heading here to San Diego.
Southwest 3497, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Runway 27, clear for takeoff, Southwest 3497. Horizon 22, 82 Lumber Tower, wind 280 at 10, gust 16, runway 27, clear to land.
27, clear to land, Horizon 2282.
Uh-oh, Allison. I have an alert to north side at LAX. All right, we do have an alert too. That is an emergency aircraft back at LAX. It is for the north runways. 24 left is what the information that we're getting right now. Of course, we will take you back to LAX. Again, at runway 24 left. So currently all 4 cameras back there at LAX. It will be a alert 2 on the north side. So those are the 2 cameras on the top. For the flight information right now. Speedster D, I think you got it. Alright, I'm gonna put that information in there. Looks like it might go south. The alert was for the north side on 24 left. So you guys know you're not missing anything here in San Diego. Yes, he is. United Airlines Flight 2187. It was heading to from Burbank to Denver. Looks like it got just outside of Vegas and has now returned, heading to LAX. Allison, it looks like it's heading to the south side, even though the alert came in for 24 left. Alright, it's been moved to 25. Alright. So it is number 2 for arrival on the 25s. They're on the south side. We're going to stay with our 4 box. Anything here in San Diego, so don't worry about any missing action here in San Diego. Got nothing going on here in San Diego at the moment. So the bottom 2 cameras on your screen are the south side cameras. Once we figure out which one it's going to, I will go to that full screen.
Yeah, 2187, LA Tower, 23016, runway 25 left, clear to land, emergency here. Vehicles are in place.
Clear to land, runway 25, altitude 2187.
Alright, so the alert 2 is for the south side. It is the next arrival. We will go to the camera full as
Emergency
it arrives.
vehicle or emergency personnel are on frequency.
2187, appreciate that.
Alright, so we're here in ATC back there in Los Angeles. Currently there's nothing going on here. Now the ATR is on short final, but this is more important. So we got, I think we got enough time to bring it back here real quick for that ATR. We'll come back We'll go back to LA here. Do that ATR up next. Up on one of the south side cameras. Looks like hydraulics, the gear doors still down. It's an Airbus A320. To ATC.
Japan Air Flight 7, Japan Airport 701 Heavy. So runway 25 left is unavailable now. 25 right.
We accept 25 right, Japan Airport 701.
Japan Airport 701, push onto Alpha face east for 25 right.
Confirm taxi to Alpha, towing to Alpha taxi face east.
Confirm, face east.
LHX RQ exit at 1 at Alpha and Alpha 8. United 2187, RQ is going to be at your nose here shortly. 2187, hold in the brake. Go as, proceed as needed.
All right, so ARF going to check out the aircraft there. 25 at left is currently closed down there to LAX. To me, it looks like a hydraulic issue. You can see the gear doors are currently down. And this is all being played out back there in Los Angeles at LAX.
ARF1, be advised, we will be using runway 25 right for departures and arrivals. Runway 25 right will be in use.
United 2187, the rig set a little 360 on you and south nothing. We'll go your tail and await tow.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for the check there for 2187. We will look forward to the tow on in there, but appreciate you. Brakes all seem normal on our end here as well.
LA Tower 1, copy 25 right will be open for landing and takeoff.
Mark 1, thank you.
All right, all looking good. It sounds like they're going to have to be towed to the gate, though. So this will certainly...
2187, the only thing we do see is your doors are hanging for your landing gear, but that's about it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yep, they'll be down for a bit, but thanks for the look again for United 2187.
So with that aircraft not...
R6 is clear of 25 left.
The aircraft not being able to move, they're going to have to tow that out of there. So the will be 25 at left will be closed down for a certain amount of time. So the passengers will stay on the plane, and they'll get a truck out there, and they will tow it to one of the gates at Terminal 7 or 8. Sometimes getting a tow out there does take some time. All right, but everything going well there. Safe landing back on the ground. Again, this flight was heading from Burbank to Denver. Got up just west of Las Vegas and turned back around using the longer runway here at LAX. All right. If you want, I think we're going to come back here to San Diego. If you'd like, you can continue. Of course, I do that as a 737 is rolling down the 24 left. If you like, you can continue to monitor the situation there on the south side. Just head over to our second channel, Airline Videos Live Plus, the south side cameras, and we'll keep that shot on the 25 left there on the south side. We'll see how fast things can get back up to normal there in Los Angeles. Of course, we're here in San Diego, and we will take you back here to San Diego for the coverage down here. But if you'd like to continue to watch, head on over to our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. To LAX, but I can't get the breaking news banner is not releasing.
7 miles away, right? 2090. Air Canada 1582 Lumber Tower, runway 27, continue traffic full lane position.
Go Cougs, the E-Jets up next for a departure on 27.
Southwest 3754, turn left Bravo 8, left on the Bravo, connect ground.
Left Bravo 8, Bravo ground. Good day, South 3754.
Horizon 2092, wind 280 at 9, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
27, clear for takeoff, Horizon 2092.
United 1302, traffic departure roll, wind 280 at 9, runway 27, clear to land.
27, clear to land.
Slight heading to Vegas in this E-Jet.
1582, runway 27, clear to land. Horizon 2092, connect SoCal departure.
Departure there is 2092.
That was a quick turnaround for the Go Cougs. I think that was a few hours ago that it arrived. That was United flight coming from Denver, flight 1302, 737 and MAX 9. Next arrival is Air Canada, flight 1582, coming from Vancouver, and Airbus A220-300. Oh, there we go. You guys telling me the tow's already there to pick up that A320 back at LAX. That's good news. arrival is Southwest Flight 3503, coming in from Denver, 737-800. Got a UPS 767-300ER, coming in from Louisville, Flight 2636, 27 minutes away, running about 10 minutes early. Got a Coast Guard helicopter coming in. I promise you, it's over there. Back to base. Next arrival is that flight coming from Denver, Southwest Flight 3503 is 737-800. I'm gonna take you guys back to LAX. We do have the Queen. Stand by 1 second here. All right, let's take it back to LAX. There's not much going on here at San Diego. livery there on the Echo. Alright, let's go to that camera.
450 heavy, turn left, hold short for the 24 left.
I just done 450, so we turn left in Victor, and we also at the for left.
Flight
2441, 124015, Gus 23, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff.
Del Rey, clear for takeoff, 24 left, up to 2441.
This is all happening back at LAX. Alright, the Queen, flight 457, heading back to Frankfurt. The 100-year livery lining up. 24 left. All this going back there at LAX. Not much going on here in San Diego, unfortunately. Here shortly on the 24 left.
55 Los Angeles Tower, welcome, 124016, Gus 23, runway 24 right, clear to land.
24 right, clear to land, American D65.
Stanza 457 heavy, wind 24016, Gus 23, RNAV Del Rey, runway 24 left, clear for takeoff. 967, Toxway turbine 7.
Alright, she is cleared for takeoff. Now rolling down the 24 left. Off she goes, heading back to Deutschland. Alright, if you want to continue watching more action back there at LAX, just sign on over to our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. Oh boy. All right, here we go. Back here in San Diego. Not as busy and crazy as you can see. We're still here. As we always say, we got you covered. May not be in LAX physically. We always got you covered. All right, Sun Country in the older livery. This will soon be going bye-bye in the 737-800. At LAX just for the arrival and departure of the Queen. Of course, there was an alert 2 over there as well. A friend from Chicago, Windy Lindy, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Appreciate that awesome support. Linda. 916 spotter with the $10 super chat. It's got to run. Thank you, Kevin and Mons, for a fun show. San Diego may have been quiet, but the chat was hopping. Wish me luck on this salad. We'll follow up with you on Friday. How about that? Good luck. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. British Airways 777 lining up. It's like 264 will be heading down to the 27, heading back to London Heathrow. Got that UPS 767 at 300 yards, just 12 minutes away. EasyJet heading to Denver, flight 3012, SkyWest. Now you know what? We lost our ATC. Stand by.
Kind of still departure.
Hello, departure. Southwest 4486 on 27.
Southwest 4486 on the tower, runway 27, continue traffic, remain hold in position.
Delta flight heading to Seattle.
Bravo 7 left on the Bravo, connect ground.
Delta flight heading to Seattle, a 737-800, followed by United flight 2486 heading to Chicago O'Hare, 737-900ER.
4486 runway 26, clear to land, 27011.
Clear to land, 27.
Props to Allison and one of our great mods taking control of the cameras back there to LAX for that alert too. Thank you, Allison. Great job. Teamwork here on AVL. Biscoffs. Oh gosh, I haven't eaten a Biscoff in years.
Left Bravo 8, left on the Bravo, connect ground. All right, Bravo. Okay.
All right, those two are going to hold it short still. We got more arrivals. Got that UPS 76 coming in from Louisville. I have no idea why this camera cannot focus today.
Left Bravo 8, left on the Bravo, connect ground.
Bravo 8, Bravo ground, Southwest 44.
Silver 2572, wind 290 at 8, runway 27, push takeoff.
All right, UPS 76.
United 2486, number tower, traffic,
coming in from Louisville.
767
at 300 ER. 4 minutes out would be the next arrival, next heavy arrival on 27. Texas.
Plane 46, got up on divergent course, runway 27, clear to take off.
Clear takeoff, yeah, 2046.
GPS 2636, heavy wind, speed under 0 at 8, runway 27.
A lot of you guys there in Texas.
Clear to land, runway 27, GPS 2637.
South 843, Lumber Tower, runway 27, continue testable hold up position, constantly turbulent, heavy Boeing 767 on 3 miles. So 2572, connect to Kelvin Bridge.
What's up, 4532, great day.
We're going to swing around for the UPS 767 up next.
Yeah, 2486, connect to Kelvin Bridge.
He's going around. He's going around. Is he going around? I don't know. Now he just put his nose back down. Thought for sure he was going around. Now I think he's too high. Complaints on that plane. You see British Airways, the 777-200ER heading back to London Heathrow, also there on taxiway Bravo.
Number 10, runway 27, continue traffic rolling in position. So the UPS will have to cross back over 27, head to the north side of the airport.
traffic, actually, can you make Bravo 8 there? Take contact ground. Bravo 8, go for the ground, Delta.
So the 777 marching down to us. So that 76 will cross over, allowing British Airways to continue its taxi down Bravo. I think we got one more arrival at Egypt, and then the 76 will cross over.
Number tower traffic, 8 mile final additional traffic will cross South Field, runway 27 last point. Roger, last point, runway 27, RS 2.2. Left Bravo 8, continue on to Bravo, contact ground. Horizon 2258, wing 280, 9 runway 27, push takeoff. Takeoff runway 27, runway 258.
Alright, so that 76 will head over to the cargo area. They're on the north side of the airport.
Little land, 3620.
Speedbird continuing his taxi down to Bravo.
656, number tower, runway 27, continue traffic, holding up. All right, 2258, kind of still cover front.
After 22.
Left hand of Bravo, connect ground. Left hand of Bravo, left hand of Bravo, connect ground, Southwest 36.
Alright, British Airways flight 264 777 at 200 ER heading back to London Heathrow. Currently number 3 for takeoff.
There's 3056, traffic park roll, 0 and 9, runway 27,
Likes. Thanks you guys. If you haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button. We got the second British Airways. This one at 777 at 300 ER. Coming in from London Heathrow, just 49 minutes away. Should be arriving in just about the same time as the Lufthansa A350 heads out here for a departure back to Munich. Officially takes us to the top of the hour. It is officially 5 p.m. here in a very loud San Diego International Airport. You're watching continuous live coverage of San Diego plane spotting action right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin. Hope you guys have enjoyed today's show. Don't go anywhere. We got this heavy going to be taken off. We got another British Airways heavy on its way in. And of course, the Lufthansa A350 also going to be departing back to Munich. So don't go anywhere yet. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet.
Take off.
Our friend Audio Mixer Mike with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mike. He's finally getting a little more busy. Enjoying the show as always. Stay classy, San Diego. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, finally, at the end of the day, it gets busy. Thank you, Mike. Enjoy your hiatus. Wait a little bit longer.
4457, turn left, Bravo 9er, contact ground. Bravo 9er to ground, Bravo 44.
Jim the Old Dude says the alert 2 at LAX plane has moved off at 25 left. Ops checking out the runway. Thank you, Jim. For takeoff. Speedbird, 43 minutes out. British Airways Flight 273 coming up from London Heathrow. 5-year-old 777 300ER just northwest of Flagstaff, just east of Vegas. As a look at your next 5 arrivals here on runway 27. I think I got thrown off by that Viva Aerobus. That is not here. I think that's a flight showing up on our list from Tijuana. So ignoring the one on the bottom, that shouldn't be there. Viva Aerobus does not fly here to San Diego.
27 on the way, flight 578. Bravo 8. Turn Bravo 8, 2020. Contact ground. Contact ground. Let's get 578, runway 27 for takeoff. 27 for takeoff, 57. 2485, Limerick Tower, runway 27, hold for runway 27, Charlie 1. Hold for 27, Charlie 1, 140. Runway 27 at Charlie 1, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 27 at Charlie 1.
These things take off so fast.
Section 578, contact SoCal departure. Over to SoCal, section 578.
So I don't know if there's weather in DFW. Let me look. Doesn't look like it. For whatever reason, this A321 with American, it was over there on Charlie, heading back to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. You guys got weather? You got any weather up there in Dallas? It doesn't look like anything on the radar.
Limerick Tower, traffic 7 mile final, runway 27, good takeoff. 27, takeoff, right, 2334. Southwest, 37 out. 3702 Limerick Tower, traffic holding position, runway 27, continue. Jet 546 Limerick Tower, runway 27 at Charlie 1, line of wave. Runway 27 at Charlie 1, line up and wait, flex jet 546. Jet 546, traffic 5.5 mile final. Okay. 2485, contact
Bermuda, hello, Chanapicutan. No bad weather in Dallas. All right. They were trying to Might have been a flow time issue with that departure of that American A321. Next arrival at United. United flight 2751, coming from Houston is 737-900 ER, followed by Southwest flight 3702, coming in from San Jose, California, 737-700.
Flight 546, traffic 3 mile final, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, flight 546.
Allison's let me know that Hyman is going to pass by us here. It's got it's the red Dreamliner heading to Tijuana, flight 7925. Should be able to spot that pretty good. Used to have the Pandas. So they had a white, they had a yellow, and they had a red Dreamliner. We're talking about Hainan. And they all had the Pandas on there. And I believe it was the Panda movie, wasn't it? And they all got removed. The yellow and the red just remained red and yellow. The white one actually got repurposed into another livery. Gosh, I can't remember what it was. But it didn't remain white. It did not remain white. The yellow and the red remained the same color without the Pandas.
Traffic from 27 to land.
Third land from 27, southwest 3702.
Contact ground. Red Dead 726 from the tower, traffic floating position, runway 27, continuing.
RFI Nerd says, Dallas left field is reporting 60 to 75 minute delay due to volume. I think that one was heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Oh, is Walt live tonight? Yeah, you can go see that plane that just took off on Walt's stream. All right, the Lufthansa A350 lighten up. All right, I see the red plane is way out there in the distance. We gotta let it pass by my car here.
Final runway 27 on the blade.
Final runway 27 over 12 minutes.
Turn the camera around.
Left Bravo 8, contact ground.
Trying to grab this. Not the easiest shot here today.
Delta 1210, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27, Delta 1210.
I've had focus issues with this camera all day.
Number tower, traffic 5 mile final, runway 27 off blade.
27 line point, 13.
Oh no, it's not picking it up. Sorry, guys. This camera's brand new. It should not be having focus issues.
Go 3331 traffic open to report.
I'm not going camera shopping again.
7 clear takeoff, 3331. It's at 726 from a Q7 clear land. Clear land.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys saw it on your big screen TV. It's fine. The heat is draining your poor plane jockey. He's on 20% energy right now.
Traffic pulling in position runway 27. Continue.
All right, 29 minutes away for the 777 at 300ER, coming up from London Heathrow, flight 273. The Lufthansa A350 pushing back.
Departure, good day, Skywest 333. Yeah, 2117, retard traffic, 9 mile final, runway 27, mile boys. Runway 27, mile boys, 2117. Up to 1512 number tower, traffic pulling position, runway 27, continue. This is 1026, turn right, Charlie 6 Charlie, taxi without delay, contact ground. 6 Charlie without delay, on the ground. 2117, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Runway 27, clear for takeoff.
How's it going?
I didn't want to interrupt anything.
There's not much going on.
So, I see your thing. We were searching on
3540, limit tower, traffic 5 mile
I
final.
noticed one thing though.
Runway 27,
On the other planes, you didn't turn your camera on. Is there certain videos that you actually get on it?
Oh, you mean today's stream?
No, I'm just wondering. Like, I'm just curious. This is my first time.
Oh,
here.
gotcha. I mean, it's pretty much the same stuff over and over and over again. So
Yeah.
if it's something special or unique, we'll definitely get it. But
Is there a way that you find that out?
yeah, on Flight Radar.
Oh yeah, I had the flight
You have
radar.
that? Okay.
Yeah. So what will be in the, like in the special?
Like a special livery. I mean, anything big, like that British Airways.
Like the one that just landed?
Yeah. So you got that. They don't have a lot of that here. We're based out of LA. So we come down and do a show like once, twice a month. You'll see Lufthansa A350 going back to Munich. That's going to take off here shortly. There's another British Airways coming in, which is the biggest plane you're going to see here.
That's the biggest one?
The one coming in about 29 minutes, yeah.
Southwest 3540, traffic 2.5 mile final, runway 27, expedite.
It's just a little different. Usually our shows are in LAX.
Okay.
1571, runway 27,
It just got my attention. That's why I was looking at it.
You guys come up here just to watch the planes though, right?
Overtake the Airbus 320, 2 mile final, runway 27, clear to
I
land.
thought it was like just a
Southwest 458, Limerick Tower, runway 27,
Well, it's all
continue
live,
traffic
so
loading position.
if there's a QR code on the back, I'll take you to YouTube.
Right on.
So you can stay at home and watch the planes
Hey,
instead of
thank
having
you
to
so
come out
much.
here.
Well, I came down here with the family for vacation, but
Oh, okay.
it's over, and then we're just waiting for the traffic to go down. So
Oh, okay.
we thought about this, and we're like, hey, let's get
Oh, there
some
you
time
go.
in there.
Where are you guys from?
LA.
Oh, okay.
LA.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I did my little research because like I used to take them to the one on well, the In and Out is.
Yeah.
So like that's where we actually catch them.
Okay.
But I think this is better than that one.
It's a little bit closer. I mean, in LA, you've got the bigger planes,
Yeah.
but you're pretty close here.
Yeah, that's the
In fact,
difference.
this garage is in the way of that runway. They never wanted it here. So
No?
yeah, the pilots have to literally
South
kind of
6540,
fly over and then
contact
duck
South Departure.
down.
Is that why you can see like the little move that they
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, cool. All right,
thanks.
we'll have a good trip back. I see the Lufthansa A350 there in the distance. That was a Frontier flight coming in from Phoenix, A320neo.
Quick check, please. Wind 300 at Niner. Flight 1571, turn left Bravo 7, contact ground.
I know, it's hot everywhere. It's, I wouldn't say it's like, it's not like you walk out of your house hot. It's steamy here today, and of course the sun is right in my eye. That's why it's hot. A little wobbly on this one.
4930, Lindbergh Tower, you ready?
Yes, sir.
4930, company 5 mile final, runway 27, line of way.
Runway 27, up to 4930.
After 1312, turn left Bravo 8.
My flight was coming up from Portland.
Way over the ground,
Flight 1312 is 737-900 ER.
South 4930, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
7, left takeoff, up to 4930.
Up 458, runway 27, clear to land.
Left clear to land, up to 450.
A350 heading back to Munich. If you look at the flight radar, the incoming British Airways flight is bound to basically pass by the one that just left here.
4930, contact SoCal departure.
Down to 4930. South 458, traffic holding, turn left Bravo 8, contact ground. Runway over ground, 458.
That was the Southwest flight coming up from SFO, flight 458, a 737-800. wish, Pam. Unfortunately, I can't leave the equipment in the car. Usually I leave the parking garage, pay the ticket, jump on the freeway, and head back as fast as I can.
Papa Heavy Lumber Tower.
Hello, good afternoon. Not ready yet.
Papa Heavy, Roger, advise ready.
Alright, not ready yet.
Papa Heavy, ready.
Papa Heavy, runway 27 for takeoff.
Papa Heavy,
Gas 42 Lumber Tower, contact French Party Heavy Airbus 350, runway 27 for takeoff. Gas 3482, runway 27, clear to land.
Alright, I guess she's just gonna sit there. Off she goes to Munich.
Papa Heavy, contact the Santa Parker.
Think about it.
Alright, 1583 ready for takeoff.
1583 Lumber Tower, Roger, 1 arrival.
15.
I do have one of those FedEx feeders, flight 7684, coming up from Imperial. Cessna Super Cargo Master, 38 years of age, 6 minutes out. Audio Mixer Mike back with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Mike. It's a stupid fun fact. San Diego is the busiest single runway airport in the U.S. It was not that long ago that they had a second runway that came in over the bay. It was for smaller planes and is now where the cargo planes park. coming out of the pandemic, and if you guys remember, San Diego invited us airside, and that's when we had the live stream. It was over in that exact spot right there. We see those, I'm not quite sure what that is, but whatever's in the middle of your screen, that's where I was set up that day. And when I met everyone, the old PSA terminal was still up, and they were using it as offices here in San Diego. And if you walked into the building, it looked like just any office building, a big, there wasn't much. It was basically we were walking into any generic building, and then they said, "Come on, Kevin, we're gonna go get in the car. We're gonna go through the building." And literally, you walked through a door, and instantly you saw the old ticket check-in counter, the baggage area, and whatnot for PSA. And I believe that was also used as the international terminal at one point. But everything was stuck in time. And of course, that was knocked down with all the construction and the addition of Terminal 1. But I guess I was lucky enough to be able to actually see that building. I think it was at least a year before, or 2 years before it got tore down. I wish I would have taken video of me walking through that. But yeah, obviously a lot of history here at this airport. Thank you, Mike. Pina Colada says it looked like it was closed. That runway was closed down in 1994. I guess this A321neo with Hawaiian has the Moana livery on it.
Silver 4151, connect to departure. Runway 27, quick takeoff. Well, Alaska 94, Liberty Tower, traffic caravan, 4 mile final, be ready, runway 27, line of way. We'll go at runway 27, line of way, last for 894.
Peter up next.
West Green 94, kind of close to departure. I'm good, 94, good.
Yes, United flight heading to Denver, flight 682 is 737 MAX 9.
United 682, wind 300, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
All right, the next heavy, British Airways flight 273, coming up from London Heathrow, 777 at 300 yards, just 10 minutes away. Live stream here today. I was going to say, I think it did get hotter. The last time we checked, we were at 74, 78, and actually went up. So I wasn't going crazy. Not this time, at least, Kevin. The last hour, I was like, geez, maybe it's the sun just, in that direction, pointing directly at me, or it's getting hotter. It's getting hot in here.
Departure, United 682, see ya.
I know a lot of you guys are, oh, Kevin, it's 78. What are you talking about?
Takeoff runway 27, kind of 30.
Speedbird heading in, and then we're going to wrap things up here today. But I'm going to give you a shot of the bay for the next few moments here. Should be seeing a boat. Hope you guys have had a great time. Thanks for hanging out with me here all day today. Almost 7 hours of broadcasting here today, but the time flies by. Even though San Diego wasn't very busy today, as we've seen in the past, that's all right. I took you back to LAX a few times for the arrival of the Queen, the departure of the Queen, and the alert to we will be back in Los Angeles starting at 3 p.m. Pacific on Friday for some Nighthawk action once again. And then I'll be back bright and early starting at 8 a.m. for the Big Sunday show on Sunday. Terry said, dropped from 96 to 87. There's the boat. 3-hour cruise. next arrival is Southwest Flight 1297, coming in from Sacramento is 737-700. Followed by Delta Flight 369, coming in from Detroit in A321. I wonder if it's cheaper to fly out of San Diego than LAX to Detroit. British Airways Flight 273 coming in from London Heathrow, the 777 at 300 ER, just 5 minutes out, number 3 for arrival.
Delta 369 Lumber Tower, wind 310, Niner runway 27 for the land. About the heavy lumber tower, runway 27, continue, traffic may hold position.
Arrival already short final.
97, turn left Bravo 8, left center Bravo, no delay off, traffic on a 1 mile, final time ground. Left Bravo 8, Bravo. Bravo 8 and continue on to Bravo, center ground. Bravo 8, Bravo, over ground, up.
And yes, I am that Rita, yes. She is that Rita with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Rita. Says it's been a very good show in San Diego today. Well, thank you, Rita. Appreciate that. Rita was hanging out with me all day on Sunday. Rita, you didn't laugh at all my jokes. She's like, because they weren't funny. Right, Rita? All right. Thank you, Rita. All right, our final arrival of the stream here today, British Airways 777 at 300 ER. Up next.
Southwest 3549, traffic upwind diverging course, 2909, runway 27 for takeoff. Take off 27, Southwest 35. Seabird 8 on the heavy wind, 2908, runway 27, clear to land. American 2458 over tower, runway 27, traffic below condition, plate no going taxi, triple 7 on 2 miles. And 2015 time, come first. Departure, yes. So the 3549, back to Denmark. Yep, that's the 3549.
Bravo. Bravo, bravo. Definitely worth. You got to stay for the 777. That is the biggest aircraft you're going to see here at San Diego International.
4345, wind 3108, runway 27, let's take. Let's take off runway 2458, runway 27, clear to left. Very low. 3337, runway 27, clear to land.
And off she goes over there to the international terminal.
Runway 27, continue traffic, hold position.
And a reminder, if you want more action, LAX action, head on over there to our sister channel, Airline Videos Live Plus. We got all the action 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Number 4345, connect to California.
awesome support as we bring back here Hot Top Tea Parking Garage. All right, it's another day in San Diego wrapped up. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for hanging out with me here today. I'll see you back at LAX on Friday starting at 3 p.m. Pacific. And then we'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 8 a.m. on Sunday. Thanks you guys for your awesome support. Thanks to our great moms. Always doing a great job. Thanks you guys so much. And we'll see you on Friday. Take care of yourself and each other. We'll see you. Good night, everyone. For the 5 gifted memberships. We will see you back in Los Angeles. Again, if you want more content, just head on over to Airline Videos Live Plus. Isn't that a great shot? All right. Back on the 5 freeway I go. We'll see you guys on Friday. From all of us here at Airline Videos Live, good night, everyone.